With these sentiments, I offer my prayerful good wishes for the deliberations of the forum and upon all taking part in it, and I willingly invoke an abundance of divine blessings on all. Signed in the Vatican on the 14th of January, 2025. Pope Francis.
Thank you so much, Your Eminence. That's a beautiful message and something we can all bring back to our home countries and to indeed our families, our human family. We have time for some questions here from the audience. Do you have any questions to start off the morning? Well, let me kick off with the first question, Your Eminence. This message was a beautiful message. It does not come out of nowhere. The Holy Father, the Holy See, the Vatican, you have been working on these issues for some time, whether it be AI or human fraternity. Can you tell us a bit about the journey that the Vatican and you and the Holy Father have had on these intersecting paths that we see here in Davos, whether it be human fraternity, bringing people together, Laudato Si, the importance of care for our human family, our human planet, and of course on these issues on AI.
Yeah. Thanks, Flasik, and I think this probably is all to be related and inserted within the very basic question or issue about even why the Vatican is interested in a forum like this, or bringing economists and all business people together. You know, for a long time, since the 1960s, when the Church held its biggest meeting, the Second Vatican Council, the sense was greatly expressed that the Church should stay closer and closer to humanity, to human society and all, and get interested also in engaging with society about all its challenges and everything. AI at this point in human history happens to be one of these. And just as the Church is so making a reference to the office, I come from Ghana, the office I was invited to the Vatican to handle, it's all about social issues. It's sometimes about economics, it's about finance, it's about ecology, it's about, refugees and migrants and all of this. So all of them just is simply this, that the well-being of the human person must be based on under all conditions. And that also means that where there was a perceived threat or whatever, something to look at. So since my presence in the Vatican, we've done this. We looked at economics and how it serves the well-being. And so we came, Pope Francis, challenged a lot of young people all around the world to come together to figure out the new economics that satisfies the well-being of all of people. So we call it the economy of Pope Francis. Then environment, when right from the first day of his of his election as a pope, his concern was about ecology. And he invited all of us to exercise custody of creation and well-being of creation and all. And then he came out with this encyclical, Laudato Si, our care for our common home. So with that, again, we felt challenged to also recognize that the world belongs not only to us. We should show some intergenerational solidarity. We inherited this. We need to pass this on, and we cannot deplete it all and pass it on to those who come after us as a desert. So the challenge is also there to be judicious in our use of the resources of the earth so that those who come after us can also benefit. And now it is artificial intelligence. And so the challenge again is, this is a good technology that has been developed, but it's called artificial intelligence. And the first thing is, note that calling this artificial intelligence does not mean that there's an artificial form of human intelligence. That does not exist. Okay, so we call it artificial intelligence simply to draw attention to the fact that it does functions that human intelligence is also able to do. But essentially, it's a product of human intelligence. And once when I ask somebody, for example, about the fact that the brain of the human person with neurons also work with electrical charges, electrical whatever. So why is it that the same thing now working whatever has a bigger speed and all? And the answer I got was that because the human brain has a lot of challenges which slow down the speed. of whatever electrical charges can be doing in the brain, concern for others, the health condition of human cells and all of that. So we have this technology which enables us to do a lot of things far faster than the human person can do. And so it becomes essentially a tool. And as a tool in our hands, we need to ensure that it serves the well-being of the human person, does not attenuate its own objectives, but promote it all. So that's the point of the message.
Thank you so much, Your Eminence. Other questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Wait, hold 1 second for the microphone. Thank you.
I'm concerned that artificial intelligence is a way to have less human intelligence and less spiritual intelligence.
Come again, please.
Less spiritual intelligence. And I'm concerned by this fascination for a machine that would be intelligent, even superior to us, even superior to the mystery of life that we are living, you know. So I'm concerned, and I wonder to which extent you can help us address these concerns, not just like praise artificial intelligence and put it everywhere to spend even more energy and to be even more stupid in the way we live together. So can you help me?
So I think the first point is that artificial intelligence is not superior to human intelligence. First thing is to collocate this correctly. And as I said, we call it artificial intelligence. It does not mean that this is an artificial form of human intelligence. That's not what this is. Okay, it does a function of the human intelligence in a way that is faster than the human intelligence does, but it does not replace it. Okay, and so it's the ideal situation is to consider this essentially as a tool. It was created by the human intelligence. It's human beings who created AI. So it's a product of human intelligence, which, however, does not intend to replace human intelligence. And in its function, also shows some limitations that human intelligence has. A generative AI and all of that can make choices, but it does not decide. To decide is to be able to take options, consider moral implications, and decide for this or for that. That is not yet possible for AI. That's why it does not quite replace the function of human intelligence. It's a tool that facilitates certain functions of a human intelligence in a faster way. So that's the thing about the fact that it's intrusive in character, goes into all forms of human life and all of that, and different applications and all of that. The euphoria of having this tool in their hands is to be seen everywhere. It's almost like a child having a new toy, right? So the euphoria of it is discernible. But that's also why here in this forum, there are a lot of groups also discussing how to use it well, so that the human person does not become enslaved to this, but rather is enabled to use this to enhance humanity, to enhance the human person and his goals. So this is the challenge. And therefore, incidentally, this is the message that the Pope addressed to Davos. Last year, in 2024, the Pope came out with another message for peace in the world. That also was related to artificial intelligence and the way that it can promote peace in the world or diminish or whatever peace in the world. So it's used, for example, in an autonomous weapons system. Okay, all of that does not promote peace, but it's possible. It can be used that way. Okay, so all the challenges were drawn up. In an event of election, AI can interfere and manipulate even votes that are cast in elections. So its use is needs a lot of control and guidance from the human society, and that's why the EU is formulating regulations about the use of artificial intelligence. The Vatican itself has also come up with guidelines about the use of artificial intelligence in the Vatican state. So it all requires the guidance of authorities in our society and the world to ensure that it enhances human dignity and human personality and does not diminish it. Does that help you?
Other questions from the audience? As you think of other questions, maybe I'll come in with a follow-up question, Your Eminence. We are approaching the anniversary of the Holy Father's encyclical focused on the human family. I'd love for you to reflect on the Pope's teachings, his messages on human fraternity, and how you reflect on these messages as we all here gather in Davos from all around the world, from many different faith traditions, and maybe many backgrounds from this beautiful planet of ours.
Yeah, so this encyclical I think you referred to has the title Fratelli Tutti, brothers we all are, as it were. And so basically, properly put, to be brothers and sisters we all are. So it doesn't leave out any gender, anybody out of this. So yes, it's an encyclical the Pope came out with, and the focus of that is to appeal to a bond that exists between all of us. So the Pope writing this as a Christian, so Catholic and a Christian, one cannot help but recognize the origin of this. I mean, when in the book of Genesis, for example, the message is that Eve was the mother of all human beings. That just means that the human race has one origin. And when that is the case, then it's not likely that the human population in their diversity, having one origin, have different dignities or different characters. So that would just suggest that human fraternity is a bond that we have from the beginning. That, coming from one origin, so Adam and Eve in that sense, all of us in a way have this bond, this fraternal bond from birth. So the emphasis is on that. This also means that two people cannot come from the same womb and have different dignities. So all human, we have this in the United Nations Charter about all men have whatever. But what is the origin of it? Why can anybody or does anybody affirm that dignity is something that belongs to all? And this probably, if you want, form of expression in the Bible, there is a kind of an answer produced. If we all from the same womb, then clearly we all have the same dignity, the same fraternity bound to us. So the universal fraternity which the Pope affirmed is to draw attention to something that exists and which must become a consideration that we hold in everything that we do. If we are brothers, killing of another human being is a fratricide. It's not just homicide. It's fratricide. You're killing a brother. So it's an act, therefore, that diminishes our own, a sense of human beings, whatever. So it's an appeal to a value, a concept that enables us to rethink a whole lot of issues, a lot of our relational patterns and all of, to just make us just conform. So it brings us together, and it's not only the writing of this encyclical that the Pope did, he followed this up with a gesture, a concrete gesture. That's when, true to the name that he took, St. Francis, who in the Middle Ages, in the midst of a war, crossed the border, across the frontier, to go meet the Sultan, Islamic Sultan, to kind of establish relations. So Pope Francis went out of the way to also meet the Muslims in Abu Dhabi. And he met the Grand Imam of Egypt, Al-Azhar University. And there, the two of them signed a document about the same universal fraternity, inviting all to come on board with this recognition that we all belong together because there's a bond of fraternity that unites us. And in that sense, if I may drop a provocative thing, if all of this is true, then my way of looking at things would be, yes, we may all believe in God, but then we come to believe in the human person as a brotherly entity before we even come to religion. And so religion should serve to promote this fraternity and not diminish it. And so when we have the strange case of, people causing violence to one another in the name of religion, it's an abuse of what we are. Okay, so the equation for me is not God, religion, and a human person. No, it's the other way around, because religion is a product of the human person's experience of divinity. That's what produces religion. So first we have God, we have the human person, and then we have religion. And therefore the real function of religion then must serve to promote the well-being of our common brotherhood, a common person and all. Does that help?
I think that's beautiful, and I think one of the things you see from the Pope Francis's teachings is this overwhelming sense of hope.
Yeah.
And that's a message you clearly bring here to the World Economic Forum. This is a special year, a special Jubilee year. Indeed, it's a Jubilee of hope, very much connecting these past encyclicals and statements by the Holy Father. I think part of that hope also applies to unlawful detainees and folks facing justice and challenges. Could you share a bit about the special Jubilee year and this message of hope?
Incidentally, yesterday when we presented this message to Professor Schwab, the title under which we were all invited here to the World Economic Forum was Collaboration, in dealing with artificial intelligence. But Professor Schwab, since we got here in the first day or first meeting he had with the civil society leaders, came out with some other thing, which is optimism. Okay, so he's talking about calculated optimism as the thing. And wherever he's been to, he's talked about this optimism. So yesterday when we met, I said, I think we can relate the two. So coming with this Jubilee year of hope and optimism, the two belong together. And so I said, therefore, we can promote this optimism that you have and you talk about with our pursuit of this Jubilee of hope. Okay, the hope which does not, in the Christian sense, which does not disappoint, which does not, leave us halfway, just draws our attention to the future, opens up to new possibilities, and the sense of this crafted in the Jubilee year is the fact that Jubilee celebration in Scripture and history has always been an occasion to offer people a new lease on life. If you were a slave before, go free, start all over again. Whatever you were before, when the Jubilee year comes, you are enabled to start all afresh. So you have a new lease, a new opportunity to do things. Debts are forgiven, slaves are set free. People have a new possibility of beginning afresh in society. And this you cannot have any concrete form of experience of hope than this. So start afresh, aim at a new thing, become something different than something else than what you were in the past. And this is the optimism of hope, which I think the professor expresses in this forum, and which we think with our celebration of the Jubilee year, we can support, undergird, and push forward.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful message, linking this constructive optimism from Professor Schwab and, of course, the Holy Father's message of hope. Do you have any last thoughts you'd like to share with this room as we close out this session?
I think I would defer to you if you have any last thoughts. No, but I think so we've been some other. I think we've been. Go ahead.
You talked about guidance. We know that technology is growing at an exponential rate, and often, like with social media companies, we don't have the regulations yet in place to provide the guidance that's required. So the technology is growing at a faster pace than we can know how to really use it or be safe with using it. Do you think the Church, the Vatican, or even other spiritual bodies and leaders can have a role to play in providing that guidance? Like you mentioned that in the Vatican you have already guidance of your own.
Yeah, so yes, already last year in January, as I mentioned, at the beginning of every year, the Holy See comes out with a message which he calls Message for the World Day of Peace. Okay, so it's a message whose content is meant, as it were, at the beginning of the year to provide guidelines or suggestions for how people can make the year a peaceful year. And last year was about artificial intelligence. And it makes the affirmation that artificial intelligence is a piece of technology. It's a product of technology. And incidentally, in other areas of human invention and technological development, there's something that the Pope Francis calls technocratic paradigm. Technocratic paradigm is an expression which he refers to and uses to express the fact that there is the tendency for several people that you can deal with every situation and solve every problem with technology. And that, he says, is false. You cannot, with technology, deal with every situation because there are aspects of the human person which exceed and supersede technological applications. So he says he hopes that the artificial intelligence will not become another technological paradigm. People believing that with this they can deal with almost every situation in life. Say it's not quite true. So that's the first caution. The first caution then is about that. And then he goes on then to say, therefore, recognize the concrete forms which this can be. And the concrete form, again, is what I observed a short while ago. It's looking at the name, artificial intelligence. And to disabuse people's minds of the fact that artificial intelligence does not mean an artificial form of human intelligence. Artificial intelligence is just a tool created by human intelligence and requires the guidance always of the human intelligence to promote humanity, because humanity, with its endowed intelligence from creation or from the beginning, is to enable itself to live humanly and to live as a human person or whatever. So every tool that it creates is meant to enhance the living of human life in all its fullness. And that is the recommendation that's also made for artificial intelligence. So you talk about guidelines. Therefore, what guidelines can one have? I know EU is working on guidelines. The Vatican has set up its own guidelines for its Vatican territory, and so presents that as a help for other groups. And when the G20 was meeting in Puglia in Italy a few months ago, the Pope went over there and spilled some of these points of his guidance, to direct whatever. So it's like it's like the Pope not imposing, but gently suggesting, giving guidelines or suggestion points of consideration to whatever nations. This is a very gentle way of doing this. When we ourselves in the Pontifical Academy of the Sciences organized an event on artificial intelligence and the Anthropocene, we had a participant from MIT, and an AI specialist, and his thing was bluntly, since in the years when we had cloning became possible, the world community came together and said, do not clone human beings. And that was accepted as a principle, and nobody has ever gone beyond that. So because that was perceived to be a clear threat to humanity, so the world came together and accept that. So the guy said, why can we not do the same for artificial intelligence? The world community come together and set some red lines which, the experimentation of this may not cross. So we're trying to, suggest all of this out there.
Your Eminence, it looks like we are running out of time, but on behalf of everyone here in this room and everyone here in Davos, I want to thank you for your time. I would ask you that you pass on our collective thanks to the Holy Father for this beautiful message, for this sense of hope, and indeed for the special Jubilee year. I know myself and so many here are looking forward to our visits to Rome. Thank you so much. Grazie.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming. Thank you. Okay. We can put this back on, right?
Good afternoon, and welcome to the session at the World Economic Forum. It is the greatest privilege to be here among so many people I admire in the room, and a pleasure to welcome all of our live stream viewers and listeners. My name is Jana Peel. I drive philanthropy as the House of Chanel, as the head of arts and culture globally, and empower women through the Fondation Chanel. So it is the greatest honor to be here today with a woman who has made history by becoming, in fact, the youngest ever Prime Minister of Thailand just 6 months ago, and then being honored as one of Time's 100 most powerful women in the magazine. Now today, we are here to talk about soft power. And I remember Joseph Nye teaching me that soft power, in the term that he coined, was about how attraction and persuasion could be much more powerful than coercion when it came to many aspects of global politics. And so I remember this, and I think that with these levers in mind, Thailand is truly winning hearts and minds and forging ahead. From food to film to tourism to wellness, Thailand is seeking to redefine itself for a new age. Soft power is at the core of an agenda to generate hard currency, and $116 billion is the target that the government has set. Now, on the ground, Bangkok is the most visited city in the world. Who has been to Thailand in this room? Incredibly impressive. Hopefully a similar response from our live stream guests. And on the world stage, the artists and architects are the most brilliant ambassadors. We know that our friend Kulapat Yantrasat is extending the Metropolitan Museum and also building the DIB Gallery in Bangkok. Everyone has heard of the deeply influential artist Rikrit Taravanija, who has been in museums from the Tate to MoMA for 20 years, cooking up pad thai as his art and really fusing art, life, and culture. We know, of course, about Apichatpang Virasatakul, the most celebrated filmmaker, and of course, who hasn't heard of Lisa B from Blackpink? So with that in mind, it is the greatest pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce here for the first time to this World Economic Forum audience, Prime Minister Shinawatra. It's a pleasure to have you, Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra, on this stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for a very kind introduction. I'm very honored to be here today and also very, very excited because I told you earlier that I talk about soft power all the time, but it's all in Thai. So today is in English, so I'm quite excited, but very happy to be here. Thank you.
A very special privilege for our audience to be here with Prime Minister Shinawatra and discussing some of the pillars of her incredibly ambitious agenda. You have set out with your committee an ambition that is really celebrated the world over. Can you tell us about the platform for this soft power agenda you have set?
Yes, so I noticed that I think all Thai people realize that we have a very rich culture. And we know that our food is very famous around the world, and people that never been to Thailand before already taste Thai food, something like that. So we know that our soft power is very strong. So we look into all the industries that can affect Thai economy. So that's why we come up with the 13 pillars that can show that each industries can be enhanced and can be more vulnerable for the country if we can just put it in the very right direction and just have, support them and just, I always say that the government is a facilitator. The people always do something first and we can facilitate them, we can support them and they can go further than they can.
Oh, themselves.
So
and
we work together. Yeah, all the pillars here.
A quick question about the clothing you are wearing, because we have talked about fashion being at the core of your industry, and there's something extraordinary here with the craft in your jacket. So before we turn to tourism.
This is the fabric, the cotton fabric from Nong Bua Lampu is a province in Thailand. So the craftsmanship for this print is especially from that province. So I hope that the people in Thailand who see this fabric would be proud of themselves. So that's why I wear it here today, and I wear it very proudly. So yeah, and the color, everything I choose for myself because I think that I love the green and the black together. So
Fantastic.
how I match.
We'll turn to tourism. Skills will come later, but I know that everybody has seen that incredible film, The Beach with Leonardo DiCaprio. But who knew that Bangkok was the most visited city in the world beyond Istanbul, London, and Paris? Tell us what you are doing to drive this tourism and where the tourists are coming from.
I actually think that, how Thai people are, they're very easygoing, very polite, and I think they're very, very welcoming. But as the years go by, I think that we call ourselves the land of smile. But right now, the smile is just not enough. I think that when the tourists before the COVID time is quite like a lot, and it is disappear. I think it happens to every country. So now they all come back, and now we have all the tourists contribute like 20% of our GDP, and we know that we need to have more than just a land of smile, more than just a land of tourism like that. So we create a lot more, create soft power for the people who come to Thailand, willing to do more than just sightseeing, but they can appreciate all the soft power of Thailand as well, such as Thai boxing, or you call Muay Thai.
Yes, of
Muay
course.
Thai is,
How many gyms do you have in the country?
Only in London is 6,000
Muay Thai gyms.
Muay
So
Thai
fitness
gyms
is
in
very
London.
important.
Yes.
Fascinating.
But around the world, it's 40,000 gyms around the world. So we try to make them have the certificate of the proof that this is guaranteed by Thai, Thai Muay Thai, original Muay Thai, for them to just teach people around the world about Muay Thai.
So wellness is an important factor in the agenda as well. Can
Yes.
you tell us where the tourists are coming from and how wellness is driving tourists to different regions across the country?
So the wellness, I think our price is very competitive. So, and our service as well. So when people come to Thailand, they can find a very reasonable price, from 500 baht is around around 100, less than 50 pounds, $50 US dollars, something like that. You can have a massage, full massage, or you can go somewhere and have $1,000 for a full massage as well. So we have different sector and different price. So this is very competitive, and more than that, not just the relaxing, but we have the medical treatment as well. When you have problem with your muscle pain, something like that, we have the special treatment that can cure you from all the pain. So I think this is one of the places that people around the world choose Thailand for the retirement, and also all the wellness center. They provide many treatments that can help the customers feel relaxed, feel more strong, and feel more energetic. So, yeah.
And so you have had many tourists from the Middle East. That has been a very big source of
Yes.
friendship and allyship in tourism. Increasingly in Europe, we hear about the numbers that are driving tourism as well. Can you tell us where the tourists are coming from and which part of the countries you're most excited about in terms of their tourist and agricultural development?
Actually, Thailand. We have north of Thailand, south of Thailand. So each nation just have their own favorite place. Okay, mostly they want to go to see the beautiful beach. So in Phuket, south of Thailand is very beautiful. But most of the tourists like to go to the north of Thailand as well, because end of the year is not too hot anymore. And of course, Bangkok is a city you can just go and have a shopping time, nighttime party, or just a very city life. So they choose a different part to come to Thailand. We have the tourists come from all over the world to Thailand. This is what we are very grateful for. So when they come to Thailand, they can make sure that they have all the activities to do, and they can enjoy each individually, differently. So in Thailand, we have in the different part of Thailand, we have different kind of food as well. So when people want to experience all the different kind of food, they go to different part of Thailand. So it's I think when people come, they don't just stop for one place. They go to many places. And here's the Thai food that they want to experience.
It's almost lunch,
Is
and
there any-
it's very, very, very tempting to be here.
I believe that there's some of your favorite dish.
Tom Yum Goong. We've talked about Thai fish cakes.
Tom Yum Goong, yes.
Tom Yum Goong, of course.
Yes, this is mango and sticky rice. That's very famous as well, the sweet.
We have with us also a guest who fed this World Economic Forum yesterday so graciously. And as the founder of a Kunsthal in Bangkok, I think the art world was very impressed. So I think the food of the world is also something which you've been really promoting as part of your agenda. Can you tell us more about Thai food and what it means to you as a lever for soft power on the world stage?
So we mostly call the kitchen of the world. I think because our cuisine is very famous for people around the world. And not just the taste of the food, but it's like the herbs in there and all the ingredients that we put in can help you with all the symptoms that you have. Like maybe you have like, you feel not good in your stomach, some of the herbs can cure that as well. So all the ingredients can help you with the health, and for the diet, it's very good for your health too. So we have like different kind of food, and that's why we become very famous, and all the ingredients.
I remember that wonderful film, How to Get Rich Before Grandma Dies.
Ah, yes.
It was a Thai film that had the best title and won hearts and minds the world over. Is there lots of intergenerational sharing of knowledge in terms of food and education, passing on of skills?
Even for Thai people like myself, when I watch a movie or when I inspired by all the food, I feel like I have to go out and eat Thai food. So it's very inspiring. And also, if you know, the Tom Yum Goong just got, speaking of which, the UNESCO also have the Tom Yum Goong as intangible cultural heritage of humanity last month.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We're very proud of that. And also Songkran Festival.
Oh yes, so with UNESCO,
with
we were
UNESCO
thinking
as well.
about what is the best time of year to visit, what else are you doing with UNESCO, and we'd love to hear what happens here in April at the Songkran Festival.
Songkran is normally on 11 to 15. It's like the Songkran events that mostly gonna happen in Thailand. But since we have the soft power committee, we try to have the festival the whole month of April. So since the 1st of April until like the 30th of April. So we, the different part of Thailand, as I said earlier, so we have the different event, different festival. So this is going to be the festival month of Thailand. So not just like, oh, people miss like the period of the Songkran time, but actually we have many more events around Thailand. So you can go anywhere and you can help like spread the water, and we have like, you can go back home and be with your family. It's called Thai New Year.
Thai New Year.
Yes, Songkran is Thai New Year.
Thai New Year, wonderful. And as we're heading
Just
towards
like we have Chinese New Year.
Chinese New Year.
Something like that.
Kong Hai Fat Choi.
Yes.
As I think about that, I also think about this commission and committee on soft power that you chaired from 2023.
Yes.
So maybe if you share with our audience how you chaired this committee and the evolution of the pillars that you chose to define the country's soft power strategy.
So this policy comes before the election. So we try to talk with the different industries and ask them what's going on in their industries. Because I don't think like the government know best. No, the government doesn't know best. The people know best. So we come to talk to different industries and we ask about their problems, about their issue that the government can support, like we are the facilitator. So I asked them, if we become the government, what should we do for you guys? And give you example for like the film industry, like, oh, they have so many rules that they can't do this and that's gonna affect this and that. So we wrote down everything, and once we become a government, we try to fix all that. So right now, like if you film in Thailand, you will also get the cash rebate or something like that to interact with all the filmmaker around the world.
Oh, that's a credit.
Yes,
so our country, the UK, is very active in this in terms of film credits to ensure that the production happens.
Yes, because we look at the numbers. Like last year, if I'm not wrong, about like 70 something productions of the movie come to film in Thailand from around the world. Yes, so the number is quite high, and we try to make their life easier. So.
We're very excited at the moment. We have in Thailand Tilda Swinton and Apichatpong working on some work. So we always know that our arts and culture colleagues are very keen to go to Thailand, and that performance art is also such an incredible culture and such a vibrant scene. I remember when you were campaigning, it was amazing to see this young pregnant woman
yes, I was
on this
pregnant.
campaign trail, and it was really inspiring. And your agenda was about ties and that real possibility. And I'd like to understand a little bit more about that agenda for Thailand, this real possibility that is also showing up in the skill promotion that I know that you've been furthering, trying to drive 20 million people into skills that they wouldn't otherwise be equipped with.
Yes, because when we prepare all the industries, we have to make the people have more skills in each industries as well. So yes, I was pregnant during the campaign, and I think that inspired a lot of people that they can do whatever they want, and if they put their mind on it, and they should be able to do it. So when I was pregnant, I talked to a lot of people as well, and I do think that Thai people have so much potential, but they just wait for the opportunity to come and wait for the government to open the gates for them to just show off their ability to do that. So I try to make people, so we have like the trend, we call it OFOS, so one family, one soft power.
One family, one soft power.
Yes, it's called OFOS.
Yes.
Yes, so we find like just one person from each family, let them choose in 13 from the 13 pillars what they're good at, and they come together and then they register online and try to make it like if they're good at food, you don't have to be like advanced in food, you can be just beginner, and we practice you, and we have a very professional group of people that can train them. So yes, that's what our ambition is, to just make it to 20 million.
That's such a beautiful message here
2027.
when we're speaking so much about automation and about the race to automate. The idea of human creation and human skilling and upskilling is so vital.
We don't
for a
even
nation.
limit like the age or like how good you are, something like that, and everything is for free. Government would support all that, all this. Yes. Thank you.
Maybe we can start on the slide that has those 14 pillars, or 13 pillars.
The 13 pillars.
13 pillars, just so we can also look at some of the skills that are being generated. How are you looking at success in terms of this soft power agenda? It's only 6 months in. At Chanel, we say le temps Chanel, it's a long time horizon that you have. But how are you looking at the milestones in terms of how you are going to be hitting the ambitions here?
So we do both actually, like on ground, to teach people, like to see them, to go out and make them do like practice together, and also online as well. So that's how we manage to have everybody can get into all the education that we're gonna give them. So I think online would help a lot with teaching people. So we have wellness, performing arts, like all the show, because Thailand has special show as well, by it's called like Khon, something like that. The dancing, like the way they dress, is different. So it can show our culture very, very good.
And I believe you expanded this, because when you were chairing this committee, there were a certain number of pillars. Can you tell us what you expanded them
So
with?
wellness and performing arts are the new ones. Yes. So we see all the potential. Actually, when we start doing it, people keep commenting and said, "Why don't you have this and that as well? Why don't you have this and that?" We also want to have like everything, every industries, but we just want to focus on these 13 pillars first, because we can focus and we can put on our budget in as well. So it's all about the budget too. So 13 pillars first is quite a lot already. It's a lot already, yes.
How are you managing this? I've had the privilege of meeting some of the people that work on your team, the ministers of agriculture. We've talked about the exports, the rice, the rubber. How are you managing such an ambitious agenda?
So this committee, including all the ministers as well. So each one have the different committee. So each pillar have their own committee, their own people from that industry. So this is like, it's not like something that you just come together and just do it, but the people in each industries know what they're doing because they are in this business, and we have like ministers and all the committee that can support them, can help them with all the laws that can happen for like it wrote the law for like 30 years ago, and for today it has to be changed, something like that. So I have all the minister in these pillars for this.
Which are you most personally involved with? Which are you most excited about modernizing? I know it's hard to pick a favorite
Do I have to
child.
choose?
How about which are you very involved with, or currently looking at?
Currently,
Which one are
not
you
as much as
currently-
before. Actually,
Yes.
currently not as much. But before, I think food, and also food, film, and sport, I would say. But actually, I talk to all of them together because I sit in the main board, so I talk to all of them. But I mostly involve like food, film, and sport, because these three are ones that we want to push further. Like I said, Muay Thai earlier, and food as well. So, yeah.
Did your time studying abroad, learning hospitality, extending this knowledge, was that something that you imported back in terms
Actually,
of how you work? I'm
I
thinking
have
about
more-
our country, the UK, where you think you
Yes.
did some learning.
I have more ideas of like hotels,
Yes.
like tourists or something like that. So when you talk about like tourism of Thailand or like hotels, in politics day like I have today, it would be easier for me to think of, yes, all the hotels and tourists.
And if we come and visit you in your beautiful country and raise these statistics even higher, how will tourism evolve as you see it in the next couple of years? What changes do you see on the horizon?
I think that people would come to Thailand more because of the visa exemption as well. That right now, I think around like almost 100 countries that can come to Thailand with no visa. So we arranged since the former Prime Minister Seta to have like you can come to Thailand without the visa. So it's very it's opened the big door for all the tourists, and also when you come to Thailand, the experience is going to be different. All the festival is not the same because right now we make the April full of like Songkran festival, but we plan on having all the festival like in 12 months, like every month have different festivals, something like that. So that's what we plan. Right now we fill in most of the months already. So you can come to Thailand whenever you want. You can have experience, like new experiences.
And so the definition I gave of soft power at the beginning was a very classic definition of soft power that for 70 years has been used since Joseph Nye coined this idea.
Yes.
In terms of attraction and persuasion being more impactful than other means of influence. How do you define soft power?
Soft power is like a tool for the nations that can influence other country to pay attention. Just like our culture, our uniqueness and food, something like that. It's like nations' abilities, to attract people around the world. That's our soft power. And the slide just went by already, but I really want to show you my favorite dish as well.
Great.
It's one of
Let's
the soft
go back
power.
to your favorite dish.
I don't want to skip that because this may be
Diane
not,
von Furstenberg is getting very hungry in this session.
maybe it's not very famous for everybody, but this is my very comfort food and I can have it every day. Can you show the boat noodle? I think it's on, it's from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, this one. Thank you very much.
This is not yet UNESCO heritage, so we are pitching.
No, not
We are
yet.
making a call to action for this.
So at the beginning is like Thai people sell it on the boat. When many years ago, it's like people live like next to the river, by the river. So when the boats come, they sell the noodle. So it has like beef noodle, pork noodle, chicken. You have everything. But what I like most is the boat noodle. So it's like more like a beef noodle. And like the soup is very, very good. You can, even though it's hot, but when you eat in a hot weather, it's still very nice. I don't know why.
Everyone yesterday was talking about the mango sticky rice.
Yes.
There was a very big feast here at the World Economic Forum. As we look at the topic of collaboration being essential to the intelligent age, I'm just curious, in terms of people you have met in the past couple of days, what has the response been to this very robust delegation from your country? Have you had many attractions and
Yes.
much interest in the soft power strategy from the people here at WEF?
I think that when I talk to many big companies around the world, they've all been to Thailand. That's something that I'm very, very proud of. At least they have tasted like Thai food before. I'm very proud of that. And when I introduce our country, tell them, you know, where is where, what to do in the country, they already know. So something like that is very, very friendly. So, but of course, when I talk to them and invite them to invest in our country, so of course, like if they work with the government, we fully support them and just make them, you know, feel very supportive. And it's like an ease of doing business that they don't have to go through a lot of paperwork, go through a lot of system that is too complicated. So when we connect together, so we can have something big for the country. So I had a very good meeting these 2-3 days. Yes, and today, of course, with you.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Well, as the session comes to a close, I wanted to know if you had any final words or messages. I think you've all convinced us, if not only to have Tom Yum Goong for lunch today, to definitely visit Thailand, to contribute to this incredible interest in your fashion, in your art, in your artisanship, in your film, in your sport, in your food, in your culture. It's wonderful to be here with so many people who have been to Thailand, with a young prime minister who has such wise ambitions. Do you have any final thoughts for us, Prime Minister Shinawatra?
Yes, thank you. I pronounced like the beginning of the year that this year is going to be the year of opportunities for the country. And of course, I'm here today. I think I come to tell everybody myself that Thailand has many good soft power and people are very welcoming. So today, I think that I create some more opportunities for the country. So of course, this is going to be a good year for us. So thank you very much for welcoming me here.
Kun Paetongtarn, Kapun
ค่ะ
Ma. Thank you.
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ Yes, thank you very much.
Kapun Maka. Very, very much. Kapun Maka. Thank you very
And she
much.
learned very fast.
To Prime Minister Shinawatra.
Thank you
You're a
very
very
much.
good teacher. And thank you to everyone who's followed us online and everyone here in the WEF audience.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you
coming.
so much.
Thank you.
ออกด้านนอกครับ
จะบางสื่อค่ะ
พี่ต้อง
ข
อ
อ
อกด้านนอก
ทุกคนแฟนคลับดีกว่า
ไม่งั้นถ้าเกิดพี่ก็จะอยู่ตรงนี้
พี่เดี๋ยว
เพราะตรงนี้มันจะใกล้ไปใช่คือตอนนี้กำลังเคลียร์ไม่ให้คนมายืนครับผมรบกวนเพราะตัวเองผมขอแนวกล้องตัวใหญ่ตัวนี้เป็นหลักแล้วนี่จะไม่ให้ใครยืนเลย
ห้ามคนยืนห้ามคนออก
ระวังตัวท้องตากล้องของพี่อิ่มมาไทยหน่อยได้ไหมครับยืนตรงนี้ผมไม่ให้ใครยืนนะครับตอนนี้ผมกำลังเคลียร์อยู่ครับแป๊บนึงนี่ให้เราเดินจากตรงไหนขอจากกล้อง
ขอจับกล้องว่าไงเดี๋ยวก็
เดี๋ยวผมส่งที่พอส่ง
ถ้างั้นเนี่ยต้องบอกหลักตรงนี้ว่าช่วงเดินห้ามใครเดินเข้าเดินออกให้เดินเข้าได้เฉพาะที่เฉพาะผู้รับเฉพาะไอ้ที่เดินตรงแดงเท่านั้นห้ามคนอื่นเข้าออกในระหว่างนี้ดีกว่าพี่เพราะว่าหนึ่งมันจะทำให้ตรงนี้ที่เขาบอกว่ามันจะเริ่มเป็นการเขาห้ามมันจะไม่สวยถูกไหมเนาะ
ไม่บอกผิวเขา
ใหญ่เลย
other diseases that are actually killing people before cancer does, which goes back to my first point. Early diagnosis is key. Google years ago developed with AI the ability for early diagnosis of metastatic cancer. Started with breast, went to lung. I spoke to my oncologist about it, and he said the only way to democratize healthcare is with AI, because it means anyone, anywhere, will be able to have the same high-quality early detection that I had. And what we're already using today through Google AI, the research that we've done, is early diagnosis for tuberculosis. 30 to 40% of cases of TB go undiagnosed because they're in the global south or in poor communities across the United States. That is already happening today. That is not a tomorrow opportunity. Diabetic retinopathy, losing your eyesight as a result of diabetes. So this very much is an opportunity to address inequity. Education, super exciting. In Africa, the average age is 19. Spoke to one minister who said, by definition, half of our population is under 19. We don't have enough teachers. And if you can't educate your kids, you can't address that opportunity gap. You know, I grew up, my parents always said, education is your passport to freedom. We firmly believe that. And what we can do, and what the minister pointed out, is AI is operating leverage for the teachers, and it also enables students to get taught through AI, which is extraordinary. The problem, the execution challenge, so I talked about cancer. Well, cancer early diagnosis is one part of a broader ecosystem. In some places, this may be an equalizer. In the United States, it'll be an equalizer if you have a doctor who otherwise couldn't deliver, because you can then go somewhere else for chemo and radiation. But that is not true everywhere in the world. So you need the full ecosystem to develop. The other really important point, probably the most critical, is that a third of the planet is still not connected, is still not online. So they don't have access to the magic that we're talking about here today. And then you go to the economic upside. The economic upside is profound. The estimates are wide, they're in the trillions. But again, if you go under the cover, the execution issues are what we're really focused on. Now, it's encouraging that the data say, economists at MIT, at Stanford, that it is the early entrance to the workforce and lowest skilled jobs that may benefit the most because you have a tutor by your side. That's a positive. More jobs are created historically than destroyed in tech transition. That's the good news. The bad news is when your job is the one that's eliminated, it becomes very binary very quickly. And so we're doing quite a bit of work, as are many others, on workforce empowerment, for workforce training, getting people ready for what those new jobs are, and there are extraordinary jobs that are available, but that's something that we cannot take for granted. And the final point, wherever I travel around the globe, what I hear from global leaders is they want their country to be a part of the digital transformation because they see these upsides, the economic potential, the potential around healthcare, education, agriculture, you name it. And so that's what we're trying to do, is make sure that we're partnering up globally in the right way, but execution definitely becomes key. And some of the comments today, I very much agree. At the end of the day, the upside opportunity is so profound that we need to collectively make sure we're mitigating on the downside. We can't miss it.
This is a very optimistic panel, so let me try to change the mood a little bit if possible. Mark, can I ask you about something that one of your passions, where maybe things aren't going as well as you might think, which is climate change. So in the last little bit of time, the United States has pulled out of the Paris Accords. We've frozen a bunch of spending that was going into climate investment. It seems, in fact, we're sort of transferring capital from climate to crypto, which maybe isn't the best use of energy resources. All this AI boom, incredibly carbon intensive. Are we going in the wrong direction on an issue of paramount importance where we're already having a lot of trouble?
Well, it's a pretty big context switch on the panel. I mean, we just heard the incredible benefits of unlimited workforces, the idea that AI is kind of becoming our partner to help us to run our lives, run our businesses, to help us to deliver a new level of productivity without a human workforce. And, you know, you're 100% right. We have to keep in mind that we have a vision for the world that is getting warmer. And the reason that it's getting warmer is because there is more carbon in the atmosphere. The first industrial revolution has really given us about 200 gigatons of carbon into the environment through, you know, various human levels of activity, but it's not our biggest worry. Our biggest worry is really deforestation. The planet had 6 trillion trees on us, and now more than half of those trees are gone. And for every trillion trees, we lose 200 gigatons of carbon banking. So just imagine that as 3 industrial revolutions that we've released into the environment through deforestation. I was very optimistic yesterday, and I guess we should go back, but we mentioned Trump. 5 years ago on this stage in 2020, President Trump announced the Trillion Tree Initiative. That is that our vision was to put 1 trillion of those trees back on the planet to sequester 200 gigatons of carbon. Of those trillion trees that we want to do, we actually now have commitments and underway on 200 billion. The biggest also happened on this stage last year, China coming in for 70 billion trees. That is a case for optimism. And another case for optimism happened just yesterday here at the forum, not on this stage, but in another stage. The president of the Congo announced the world's largest forest reserve as part of the trillion trees. I think there's nothing more important than reforesting our planet if we want to make our world cooler and to counter what we've done in industrialization. And number 2 is we can also see that the oceans are getting warmer. We've just had 2 back-to-back El Nino years, and I've heard now several reports talking to folks here from around the world that we see coral bleaching happening in areas where we have not, even just in the last 6 months. So whether it's coral bleaching, overfishing, whether it's creating more marine protected areas, getting to our vision of protecting 30% of the oceans by 2030, and getting the plastics out of the ocean. We're on the verge of the UN High Seas Treaty. This is probably one of the most fundamental things the United Nations can do this year. And the second is the UN Plastics Treaty. We have to get the plastics out of the ocean. So we can all think about this as a case for optimism in the environment, and AI is an accelerator on all of these ideas.
So net, do you think that AI, its ability to help us, model plastic flows in the ocean, for example, and figure out how to extract it more efficiently and maybe build carbon capture systems, net, AI will be positive for climate, even though it has huge energy costs?
Net, I would say that the most optimistic thing that I've seen in getting the ocean plastic out of the ocean is, number 1, making sure it doesn't get in the ocean. So robotics has advanced with AI, and we see entrepreneurs like Mark's colleague from the Netherlands, Boyan Slat, who has developed robots that sit in rivers in critical areas in Asia or in South America that prevent this plastic from getting in the ocean in the beginning. That just wasn't possible 10 years ago. Now we see, the ability to extract millions, hundreds of millions, billions of tons of plastic that's already in the ocean, but we have to also keep it from going there. We also announced a plastic initiative here at the World Economic Forum. How do we get to bioplastics? This idea that the plastic that's in the ocean is kind of the nuclear waste of our age. It's going to be there for a long time. We already see the infusion of that plastic into plankton. We now know the fish are eating the plankton, ingesting the plastic, and we know where that goes in our food chain right into our bodies. And I don't think any of us want what's happening, and I don't want to go into the details because it just, turns into, it'll take away the case for optimism around human health. But we want to have a healthier food chain, and getting plastic out of our food chain is so important.
Well, since in Davos I only eat green room granola bars, haven't had any plastic, but I do think this is an extremely important cause. Dario, let me go back to your essay, which you mentioned earlier, Machines of Loving Grace. One of the most interesting parts, and I think something that ties into what Ruth was just talking about, something that has come up on stage, is the prospect for sort of stable democracy where people trust the government. And it's an extremely optimistic essay, but what's so interesting is there's a point where you're not as optimistic, and you say you're not sure whether AI is more enabling for democracy or more enabling for authoritarianism. So explain what you mean and explain what you think, and then we'll have the others comment on that, because that's pretty important.
Yes. So, I think here we've mostly talked about all the positive applications, and I'm very excited about them. I tend to be optimistic about places where markets work well, about human scientific advancement leading us forward, and AI scientific advancement augmenting them. I think places where I'm less optimistic are around the political system. If we look at the last 100, 200 years of history, there has been sort of a trend towards, democracy being more ascendant, democracy being more dominant, but it's been an extremely noisy trend, right? If the moral arc of history is long, this is perhaps the longest part of it. And so this is one of my deepest worries. If we go back to the country of geniuses in a data center, which I think, we will likely have in 2 to 3 years, imagine what that country of geniuses in a data center could do in the hands of an autocracy. We take 10 million, virtual minds that are smarter than any Nobel Prize winner, and let's say put them in the hands of China. What could they do in terms of a surveillance state? The power of dictatorships has traditionally been constrained by the need to have humans who carry out the will of the dictator. That has limited how terrible the dictatorship can be. There is a chilling possibility that AI could remove some of those limits and make possible something like a 1984 or darker. On the international stage, is it possible that AI could drive these very powerful drone fleets, or this all-seeing ability in terms of intelligence analysis that could give autocracies an advantage against us? I think this is one of the most important issues for us to attend to, because I think, unlike the positive benefits, which take work, but the wind is at our back, this is very serious, and I'm not sure it's going to go right.
Very quickly, because a couple people want to jump in. Is the fear that AI in the hands of a dictatorship is more useful and powerful and entrenches them more than AI in the hands of democracy, or that there is something about the nature of the technology that creates instability that then leads to likely dictatorship?
I think both. I'm worried, I think, both about kind of the international side of things, like, will autocracies get ahead of us? Will they be able to do this better than us? And I worry about internal constitution as well. So, one worry I have is AI stabilizing to autocracies and destabilizing to democracies. I think we can fight that. Some of the ideas I've had, and probably over the coming year, we as an individual company will work to try and promote these, is, can AI improve the quality of democratic governance? One area is public services. Many public services are not delivered in a technologically sophisticated way. Can we use AI to reinvent democracy, to inspire citizens that their government is doing things, I guess, efficiently, to use a modern language, but is also delivering robust services and making their lives better? Can it do better at enforcing and augmenting people's lives? Can it lead to better deliberative decision making? About a year ago, we did some research with something called the Collective Intelligence Project, which was focused on collective decision making. Can AI allow people to debate and discuss with each other and come to the truth better? Can it summarize positions? Can it encourage better processes of democratic deliberation? Can AI be involved in the system of justice? Again, we have to be careful with that, but can it be done in a way that enables us to give the same rights to everyone in a more uniform way, right? Can AI enhance the promises that democracies make to their citizens, in order to do a better job of kind of delivering on the ideals that democracy represents?
All right, Ruth?
I think there's so much important content in what Darius said. I just want to double click into a couple of points. First, it's imperative that the West stays ahead, that the U.S. stays ahead with all that we're doing with AI, because the best approach is to have the strongest defense be ahead. And that's what we've done as an example with cybersecurity. You need to be ahead of those who might want to disrupt, take things down, an attack in the wrong way. And so that requires a pro-innovation regulatory environment that doesn't put sand in the gears. We need to be bold and responsible, but we need to make sure that we have the ability to maintain the lead. Currently, we think the U.S. is ahead in models by at least a year, and chips by at least a year. But if we were here a couple of years ago, that gap was wider. It is narrowing, and we cannot take for granted that we will continue to be in the lead. That is point number one. Point number two is a geopolitical point. And I would say there's an issue that's actually present here today that fortifies for the concerns that Dario has raised. I've already noted that wherever I go, what I hear from heads of state is they want to be part of the digital transformation. What I didn't say is they want to work with companies in the U.S. They want to be aligned with the West, the values, the products, the services, the uplift that we provide. But they're also very clear that in the absence of us being there, they will be part of the digital transformation and they will partner elsewhere. And so I think it's imperative when we think about, for example, U.S. policy, the AI diffusion rule that came out a couple of weeks ago, how can we engage and work with our allies globally? It's about the technical infrastructure that enables the product solutions that reflect Western values. It's about the education that you can then also provide. So I think those are really key. And I absolutely agree with Dario that we should each see anyone running the public sector. There's a massive opportunity to deliver better services more efficiently in a way that says we are working for you. And the number of examples in provisioning service, doing it around the globe where you can respond in a more timely way to needs, whether it's payments, whether it's information that says we are working for you and we are doing it efficiently. And one of my favorite stats that has actually a bunch of lessons that come out of it is Google 20 years ago started on this journey of Google Translate. We now translate in 260 languages. We added 110 languages in the last 6 months alone as a result of AI. The point is, wherever we are, even, for example, in the state of Minnesota in the United States, when they said we want to be more productive, they asked us to deliver these services and solutions initially in 4 languages. They then added 26 more languages. We are there to serve. The other point is it's a vertical lift. So it underscores this 260 languages, 110 in the last 6 months. Anybody who's on the front foot of leading a company or a country, you need to move fast because that's what AI is doing. And if we're not, the other guys are.
All right, we're out of time, but Mark, I want you to give one final thought to wrap up how we're going to save Western democracy here.
Well, I would say that AI on balance is very good news for the Western democracy because it gives you access to a huge fund of wisdom and information. And many of my friends have shut off Google and are just using AI tools, even as a search engine, to get to the latest insights, etc. So I do believe we can be generally optimistic. The reason why voters are not any longer voting for the centrist parties and flocking to the extreme right and extreme left wing is because the centrist parties, the liberals and the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats, have not given answers to the 2 biggest issues of this time. And that is migration, 1, and 2, how to rebalance climate change with making sure that our economies stay competitive. And if we don't do that, and the centrist parties are not allowing for answers to these questions, then it is not the voters turning in the wrong way, it is the centrist parties delivering a bad deal. And this has nothing to do with AI, this is just basic politics. You have to deal with the issues the voters want you to deal with.
All right, thank you very much. Fabulous panel, fabulous discussion, lots of big topics. Thank you all, and now let's go have lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
هي أحلى. ما أنا اللي خليتك تصدق. ما هو يعني تعودت عليها. مين المذيعة يا شباب؟ الانفجارات مستمرة على مدار الساعة. تعزيزات عسكرية كبيرة تصل إلى داخل المخيم، ناقلات جند وعربات عسكرية مدولبة، بالإضافة إلى عدد كبير من الجرافات المجنزرة من نوع D9 و D10 التي تدخل إلى المخيم. حصار مطبق من كافة المنافذ والجهات. الجيش يجبر عدد من العائلات على مغادرة
المخيم والنزوح إلى خارجه. وفق شهود العيان فإن عشرات العائلات تركت منازلها. الجيش يخضعهم عند أحد الحواجز في المخيم على الجلوس لمدة ساعة إلى ساعة ونصف حتى يقوم بفحص هوياتهم سرعان ما يسمح لهم بالخروج. يبلغهم بأنه سيقوم بنسف المخيم. طالبهم بالخروج قبل الساعة 5 مساء بالتوقيت المحلي، 15 بالتوقيت العالمي غرينتش. فرق القناصة تنتشر على أسطح المنازل. المخيم يبدو أشبه بقنبلة موقوتة، فيما تبدو مدينة جنين كما حقل الألغام يصعب التنقل فيها جراء انتشار فرق القناصة. المحال التجارية موصدة تماما. مستشفى جنين يخضع تحت حصار محكم، وقد جرى تنكيل إلى خارج المخيم دون أن يكون لهم منازل أو بيوت تأويهم في خارج المخيم. يتدبرون أمرهم إما بالتوجه إلى الأقارب أو إلى الأصدقاء. نحن نقف هنا أمام المخيم كما تشاهدين في عين الكاميرا، فإن هذه المركبة العسكرية الإسرائيلية تمنع الدخول إلى المخيم أو الخروج منه، وتسمح فقط لطواقم الإسعاف بالدخول بعد إجراء عمليات تفتيش دقيقة، حتى وصل الأمر بإجبار طواقم الإسعاف على خلع ملابسهم بشكل تام. الشوارع أصبحت مدمرة في الداخل، وهذه العربة العسكرية تفتح فقط الطريق أمام دخول القوات التي تصل متتالية ومتوالية على مدار الساعة. قبل قليل دخل رتل عسكري مكون من عشرات ناقلات الجند وكذلك العربات العسكرية التي تقل الجنود. الوضع صعب ومعقد للغاية على صعيد أهالي المخيم وما يجري ويدور في داخله، وعلى صعيد الوضع الصحي. ومستشفى جنين الحكومي تحديدا، وهو المستشفى الحكومي الوحيد الذي يقدم الخدمات الطبية الحكومية في مدينة جنين. بالأمس اقتحمه جنود الجيش الإسرائيلي ونكلوا بالطواقم الطبية وبالمرضى والجرحى. الوضع الإنساني كذلك صعب ومعقد للغاية. المواطنون يناشدون بضرورة أن يقوموا بشراء حاجياتهم، لكن المحال التجارية موصولة تماما، وحديث الأطفال أيضا هناك نقص كبير به. بشكل جزئي وضعيف بسبب عدم مقدرة الأطباء والممرضين من الوصول إلى المستشفى. كما هناك نقل ناقوس الخطر في الإمكانية في نفاذ المواد الطبية إذا ما استمرت هذه الحالة جراء القيود والمنع الإسرائيلي. هذا المستشفى يقع تماما عند مدخل مخيم جنين، ولذلك هناك صعوبة بالدخول والوصول إليه. حتى الطواقم التي في الوصول تحتاج إلى تنسيق مع قوات الجيش الإسرائيلي، وهذا الأمر قد يحتاج ساعات وساعات. ذلك ما يجعل تقديم الخدمات الطبية أمر صعب للغاية. وهناك مرضى من أصحاب الأمراض المزمنة يحتاجون الوصول إلى داخل المستشفى ولا يفلحون بذلك بسبب الإجراءات العسكرية الإسرائيلية والحركة شبه معدومة في وقت يخشى فيه المواطنون والسكان هنا من أن يتم إطلاق الرصاص عليهم من قبل فرق القناصة التي تعتلي أسطح المنازل والبنايات، فضلا عن أن هناك عدد من الشقق السكنية تحولت إلى تكنات للجيش وحولها أيضا لمراكز تحقيق وتوقيف ميداني. العربية شمسية الو نايف العملية العسكرية تأخذ منحا تصاعديا مع اشتداد وازدياد أصوات الانفجارات المتتالية والمتوالية على مدار الساعة. الجيش الإسرائيلي دفع بتأسيسات عسكرية كبيرة قبل قليل وأدخل عدد من ناقلات الجند والعربات المدولبة إلى داخل المخيم. يتم إجبار عشرات العائلات على النزوح والخروج من المخيم، وبحسب الشهادات الواردة منهم فإن الجيش ينسف عدد من المنازل في داخل البيوت، وأبلغ العائلات بضرورة إخلاء المخيم حتى الساعة 5 بالتوقيت المحلي، 15 بالتوقيت العالمي. ينادي عليهم بمكبرات الصوت ويجبرهم على النزوح. ينتظرون لمدة ساعة إلى ساعة ونصف عند أحد الحواجز، يتم تلقيط هوياتهم ثم يخرجون إلى خارج المخيم. لا مأوى لهم، يتدبرون أمرهم من خلال التواصل مع الأقارب والأصدقاء ينزحون عندهم إلى خارج هذا المخيم. طائرات الاستطلاع تغيب وتعود في أجواء مخيم مدينة في أجواء المخيم ومدينة جنين، وفرق القناصة تعتلي أسطح المنازل والبنايات، والجيش يتخذ من عدد من الشقق والمباني فتنات لجنوده وحولها إلى مراكز تحقيق وتوقيف ميداني. الوضع الصحي صعب ومعقد للغاية مع استمرار الحصار المفروض على مستشفى جنين الحكومي، وهو المستشفى الحكومي الوحيد الذي يقدم خدماته الطبية والعلاجية للمرضى والمصابين والجرحى في مدينة جنين. وهناك أيضا صعوبة في وصول الطواقم الطبية والممرضين، ويتم العمل بالحد الأدنى وبشكل جزئي في داخل هذا المستشفى. وهناك خطر خشية على أصحاب الأمراض المزمنة ومن يرقدون في غرف العناية المكثفة والحثيثة. بطبيعة الحال على الصعيد الميداني والواقع بالنسبة لأهالي المخيم فإن الوضع معقد وصعب. لا يوجد مواد غذائية جراء عدم مقدرة السكان على شراء الحاجيات في ظل هذه العملية المباغتة التي بدأت ظهر أول أمس، والمحال التجارية موصلة تماما، وتبدو مدينة جنين أشبه بمدينة أشباح، وبحقل الغاب يصعب على المواطنين الحركة والتحرك. الآن صوت انفجار قوي وكبير نايف نحن على الهواء في داخل المخيم، وهذا الصوت لم يكن هو الأول منذ ساعات الصباح، وإن كان بدأ هذا الصباح حادث نسبيا. سرعان ما عادت أصوات الانفجارات بشكل كبير على مقربة منا هنا في داخل المخيم.
واقف اخوي تمام يلا نروح نشترك في الساحة. كله ذهب بيجيبهم. الصفوة لا 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 ما فيش
I think that you see the كنت عارف كوردات ضروري هي تقريبا
الجيش فات على المستشفى بيشوف الجيش تبع الجيش كده بس المشان كان يجيب نص منه. هيا حبيبي هيا ها هيا جيب الجيش رحت مرة يشوف على المستشفى. نام تشوفه. أخذت شفته بل وراه. وين نام تشوف. أخذت شفته. نام تشوفه أنتوا. قلت لكم فات على المستشفى. ولا يكتب شنو؟ لا هي شفت؟
Yes, mom.
هذا الغضير. يا حبيب. وين تجيب؟
Wissam. What is this sex?
What?
شو يعني فقر؟ شو يعني فقر؟
مليان. العباس. صار لا بتفضل يا جماعة الجنة بتشمر ليه؟ كنت بتاعت والكمصات بالضبط اسمع واحد بس هي يوم واحد لحاله عم خاف تيجي عزيزة ولاد عمك ولاد عمك في الجيش هذا الضابط اللي بيعرف كل شيء عنه عينه العباس ما داش فيها ما رجعنا هيدا اللي جاي من المستشفى تعال واحنا بخير اسمع خليني اصبر يا يلا ارقم مشترك خلاص عبس خلاص ادي حاجه يلا سوي هاي السلطه ايوه ايه السلطه جربت السلطه ولا السلطه هاي انا لو كنا
Oh, don't start the clock already. We only have 45 minutes. That is not fair on the panel. Great. Well, thank you, everybody. It's wonderful to see you all. I hope you're all having a profitable Davos, as my colleague Richard Quest would say. Lowering the temperature in the Middle East. We have 45 minutes to discuss that. I think Fuad has a comment on that, and I'm sure you'll get that. You said to me earlier on, 45 minutes. We spent 45 years trying to lower the temperature in the Middle East, so I'm not sure how much we can achieve in this, but we'll do our best. Give me just a couple of minutes to set us up, because this is important. There are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. Lenin's words feel especially poignant as we reflect on the Middle East's recent whirlwind of events. In the final weeks, of course, of 2024, we saw a fragile ceasefire in Lebanon, the formation of a new government, and a significant weakening of Hezbollah. Seismic change followed in Syria with the ousting of Bashar al-Assad and the establishment of a transitional government, of course. And as we entered 2025, a temporary ceasefire in Gaza, broken in part by President Donald Trump ahead of his return for a second term as US president. Questions. Can the ceasefire in Gaza evolve into a durable solution for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Will Syria's new government bring stability and inclusivity for its people and security for the wider region? How will Iraq manage its relationship with Syria, with Iran, and with the new Trump administration? Will the deal-maker-in-chief cut his own version of a deal with Tehran? It isn't clear as we speak today what Donald Trump's policy in the Middle East, the wider Middle East, will be, save for saying that he wants peace in the region and that normalization deals, he says, are key to that. What is clear is that, like it or not, the region is Donald Trump's policy in the region will have huge consequences. But since his last term, the region does have a new dynamic, regional solutions for regional problems. At least that is the narrative. Enter Dateline, Riyadh, Doha, Abu Dhabi, Ankara. What influence will we see from these countries? And what role Europe in the region's shifting dynamics? There is a lot to unpack with what is my expert panel today. Ayman al-Safadi is the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Jordan. Fuad Hussein is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iraq. Assad Hassan al-Shaibani is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Syria. Varsan Aghabikian is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Palestinian Authority, and Jean-Noël Barrot is Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France. Right. Let's start with a very simple question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how optimistic are you that we can lower the temperature in the Middle East, in the region, in 2025? Ayman.
Wow, you want to give us 45 minutes to address all of that. Good luck to you and all of us doing this. I think, look, we have opportunities. If everybody do their part right, I think we can lower the temperature. We've already seen significant changes in many parts of the region. We have the ceasefire in Gaza now, which we all must do everything we can to make sure it holds. So I think if everybody does their bit, I think we're really facing a very, very good opportunity to move forward. I'm reluctant to put a percentage. I know you're going to push me, but I think if we all do our parts, we have an opportunity that we haven't had for a long time now.
Cautious optimism.
Cautious optimism.
Fuad.
I must be realistic about this. We have got challenges and opportunities. Opportunities because we have got already ceasefire in Gaza, ceasefire in Lebanon. Is it possible to transfer or change the ceasefire into peace agreement? Is it possible to transfer the ceasefire in Lebanon into peace agreement with Lebanon? These are questions. These are challenges. Anyhow, we have got some opportunities nowadays, but at the same time, the change in Damascus also offers many opportunities. So how are we going to deal with that? All of us, in the first place, of course, the Syrian people, but also the situation in Syria is interconnected with the situation in Iraq and Jordan and other countries.
So on a scale of 1 to 10? How optimistic are you?
Anyhow, as I said, these opportunities, they are first steps towards some solutions. But at the same time, we must be realistic about the change of the administration in Washington and the situation in Iran. So
cautious optimism.
There is another challenge which is ahead.
Minister.
Yes. Depending on of what happened in Syria, of course, we are very optimistic for the future of Syria. Regarding our country, we can say that we are 1 of 10. We can say 10. And regarding for the Middle East, we can say 8 to 9. And regarding to the world, we can say 7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister Barrow.
So I would say 5 out of 10. I think we've gone half of the way by lowering the temperature in the Middle East over these past few weeks with a ceasefire in Lebanon, a ceasefire in Gaza, a regime change in Syria. But all this will only be sustainable if this comes with political solutions. So putting an end to brute force that gave way to diplomacy and negotiation was a very important and significant first step. But there is still a lot of work to do to make sure that this is durable and sustainable.
Fasten.
I'm also cautiously optimistic, but I will say 6, but under the condition that there is a new outlook on what peace entails and what a genuine peace process means.
Right, so thank you. I'm pleasantly surprised, but perhaps I shouldn't be, that we've got some cautious optimism. I mean, I said more than cautious optimism, but that's good. That's a good place to start. So, Vasen, let's come back down this line and start with Gaza. How confident are you that this deal will go beyond even this first week of this first stage, and that we can, in any way, expect to get a durable peace at the back end of it? And what role Donald Trump now as new US president?
Well, things are very unpredictable and it can go either way. But what we hope as Palestinians, and for saving lives, that this ceasefire becomes a permanent position that would lead us to something bigger. Now, President Trump is a key player. And the USA can do a lot, and we've seen it in the last week. So, but President Trump and the team in the United States need to, again, understand what it means to have Palestinians have a palatable peace process. A palatable peace process means understanding the rights of the Palestinians.
Is it your sense that they care?
Rights. They can if there is enough work from the region, from our brothers and sisters, from the international community, on talking about the durability of a sustainable peace. If you want a sustainable peace, then it has to have parameters that are different than what was thought before on either continuing the status quo in the Middle East or really achieving a sustainable peace.
So what you're saying is we cannot just dust off what was a Kushner plan back in 2020 for a solution to the conflict.
Yes, what was there on the table in 2017, 2018 will not bring us peace. Not for the Palestinians, not for the Israelis, not for the region.
Ayman, how confident are you about getting through this first stage and a push towards a day after deal?
Look, I think we're going to see a bottom-up pressure from the people on both sides to ensure that the ceasefire holds, because you know, we cannot forget the hell it has been last year for everybody. So I think as we see the first stage implemented, I think people are going to see the benefit of sticking to the deal, and I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on the politician. I think it is key that Also, we understand that there is real misery on the ground in Gaza, so being able to bring into Gaza sufficient aid on scale, in time, is something that's going to be extremely important in creating an environment that would push even harder for the solution, for the ceasefire to hold. In general, I think we got all to learn from the past. We cannot just keep doing what we did before and expect things to go in a different direction. That's not going to happen. Ultimately, we cannot go to pre-October 7 reality, because it is the reality that is the context in which what has happened since then happened. So I think we've got to look at what is it that we can do to make sure that nothing that has happened on and 6 October 7 happens again. And for that, we need to give political horizon. We need to restore hope. We need to navigate through the dehumanization and hatred that has taken root in a much, much deeper way. And we need to offer a solution. I think a key factor here is the new Trump administration. And let's be honest about it. It was the Trump team that pushed the parties across the finish line for the deal. President Trump is saying, I want to be a peacemaker, and that is something on which we're fully aligned, with which we're fully aligned, and we're going to be partners for President Trump in pursuing a peace. We have to understand what would it take to ensure that that peace lasts and is comprehensive and it's just and it is fair and it is peace between people, not just official documents signed. And for that to happen, people have to accept it. And for people to accept it, it has to address the legitimate rights of Palestinians, one last thing, for freedom and statehood, and also address Israel's concern about security and positioning in the region. I think we can do that. We have enough solutions that have been put on the table. As I told you before, Becky, we're not short on ideas, we're short on will. Are we going to garner that will and act together collectively in the region, in Europe, in the United States, across the world, and take advantage of the new spirit of hope that we see in the whole region, in Lebanon, in Syria, and other places?
I was in Doha on the announcement of the ceasefire. Steve Witkoff was there. He was in the room with the Prime Minister of Qatar. He clearly has a very good relationship with him. As we understand it, he may go into Gaza to try and ensure the implementation of at least this sort of second stage of the first phase, as it were. But Donald Trump has already said he isn't confident that this deal will hold, this truce will hold. Does that worry you?
Look, I mean, there is a chance it will not hold. We're already seeing some signs of failure to commit to what was agreed on in the deal. But I think it is in everybody's interest that the deal holds. I think we have an opportunity in which we can build. And if it doesn't hold, then what's the alternative? And as we talk about Gaza and the risk of the ceasefire not holding, which is dragging not just Gaza into hell again, but dragging the whole region into the anxiety and uncertainty and chaos that we've seen, there is also the West Bank on which we need to keep an eye. What's happening with the West Bank is extremely dangerous. As Gaza, sort of witnesses a degree of end of fighting, we don't want to see that fighting on the West Bank leading to its explosion, because if it does, then we'll find ourselves in the same place. What I want to say is that I think history has proven that security approach will not solve the problem. How many years, decades, has Israel relied on security approaches to ensure that there's no re-eruption, and it did not work. So now I think I go back to what John Noel said. We need a political solution. We need a political vision. We can all rally around it in a very pragmatic, practical way, and anchor it in an understanding that in order for the peace to hold, to be real, all sides have to feel that they've gotten their legitimate rights fulfilled. And that's something to which in the region, in Europe, and I think everywhere else, we're fully committed.
You and I have been talking on an almost daily basis over the last 18 months about your concerns about the conflict in Gaza metastasizing. It's been, it's been really sort of, good to see what's happened in Lebanon, what's happened in Syria. We're going to find out from you, Fouad, what the perspective is from Baghdad. But I see where you're at on what's going on in the West Bank at present. And Varsan, let me just bring you back in here before I get to everybody else. Despite, or maybe because of the ceasefire, Israel has launched a significant operation in the West Bank, particularly in Jenin. Are these acts, to your mind, meant to further undermine the PA in the eyes of the Palestinians on the West Bank, seen by some, the PA is seen by some as collaborators with Israel at present, just as conversations about what the day after in Gaza might look like. What's your sense?
I think what is happening in Jenin is very unfortunate, and it's a deliberate attempt by Israel to undermine the Palestinians in general, and we're hearing it. They don't shy away from voicing it. They're telling us very clearly, we're done with Gaza for the time being. We don't know for how long, because they are also voicing that they are going back into Gaza. But now it's a time on the West Bank, and we will do on the West Bank what we have done on the Gaza Strip. And this is very worrying for the Palestinians. The Palestinian Authority was trying to contain the violence on the West Bank, but now the Israelis come in and they certainly undermine everything the Palestinian Authority was doing.
Assad, I'm going to bring you in here at this point. I think it's important that we don't park the Gaza story, clearly don't park the Israel-Palestine conflict, and don't park any conversations we might want to have about the day after at this point. But Assad, you are here, Minister, in Davos for the first time, representing a transitional government in Damascus. It says it has come to power for all Syrians and for a new Syria. What does the international community, especially the new Trump administration, need to do to support this government? And how do you guarantee to Syrians and the international community, from whom you are expecting a great deal of help, that you are willing to work both internally and around the region to help ensure security?
Yes, thank you. First of all, what's happened in Syria, we are now in 50 days. We bring the hope for all the Syrian people, and also we bring the hope for all the world and for the region. And we were bombed and tortured and displaced during 14 years. And what happened, of course, it brings stability and security for Syria and for all the region and the world. Of course, what we are looking for from the Trump administration that to support the stability and security by removing the sanctions imposed on the Syrian people, and also all the Syrian people has expectation, positive expectation from the new administration regarding the supporting the political process and also supporting the new road and new future of the Syria.
So, Minister, let me stop you there. How much contact have you had with this new administration? Clearly, it's only 4 days old, but I mean, it's been, you know, in a stage of transition now for a couple of months. And how realistic do you believe it will be that some, if not all, sanctions will be lifted?
Yes, the sanctions now, it's turned into against the Syrian people. In the past, the sanctions imposed against the Assad regime because of the torturing people in Sinai and other prisoners. But after the overthrow of the Assad regime, it turned against the Syrian people. But now, removing sanctions, it's the key actor and the key of our development vision, and also the key for a new road for the Syrian people.
What contact have you had with the members of the new administration, if any? Have you been in contact?
Yes. Yes. Of
what are
course,
they telling
Syria,
you?
it's important actor in the region, and who want to perceive the stability and security in the region, they should talk with Damascus.
Have they been in contact with you?
Yes.
Yes. Can you give us any sense of what's been said?
No.
Fair enough. Let me bring Minister Fuad Hussein in at this point. I'm coming back to you. You've been instrumental in navigating Iraq through complex regional dynamics, advocating for national sovereignty and for regional cooperation. What is your view about what is going on in Syria? What danger do you believe there is in any instability that there may be there spilling over into your country? And again, what's your perception of where the Trump administration's policy will lie in the Middle East going forward? I mean, you will need to speak to the new Trump administration. You will need to talk about US troops in Iraq. What's your sense?
Let me first mention that the Syrian security and Iraqi security are very much interlinked. And that has to do with the past, but also the current situations. And we had good discussion with my colleague Asad about the security situation inside Syria, but also security situation inside Iraq, and the point which we have mentioned, or the subject which we discussed, had to do with ISIS fighters inside Syria. In fact, we have seen that ISIS territory has been extended inside Syria. ISIS fighters and terrorist fighters, they were able to control more weapons because of the fact that Syrian army collapsed. So they collected a lot of weapons, and some new elements joined ISIS. That's according to our information. And the ISIS terrorist fighters, they are on our border as well as on the border with Jordan. So that point is worrying us, and I guess it is worrying also our friends in Damascus. We need a kind of cooperation, how to deal with this threat, because the threat, it is true, they are on the other side of the border, but they have got also their people inside Iraq. So that is one of the issues. The other issue is, of course, as we mentioned many times, stability in Syria. It will be in the benefit of the Iraqi people and Iraqis. So we hope that, and we respect the will and wishes of the Syrian people, but at the same time, this new situation, the current situation in Syria, it needs cooperation and with various countries, and Iraq is included. We are ready to cooperate with the new administration in Syria, and we hope that they will have some steps towards establishing a political process, and the political process which we are talking about has to do with the being inclusive. And when we are talking about inclusive, we are talking about the various components in Syrian society, because at the end, stability, it means stability in all parts of Syria. Stability, it means stability for all components in Syria.
And let's talk about northern
Syria.
We
are not talking only about Damascus. I am talking about various areas in Syria.
Yeah, and let's talk about northern Syria. We know the US-backed Kurdish forces in northern Syria are under increasing pressure at present from Turkey. Do you think Ankara will launch an offensive against these groups? And if they do, what is your positioning on this?
No, that will be dangerous. Why? For many reasons. In the first place, if there will be an attack on that area, so we are talking about, I guess, 20% of the Syrian area, which is under the control of Syrian Democratic Forces. Fighting in that area, it means more refugees coming to Iraq. We have got now 250,000 refugees from Syria, but in fact, these are registered. But in fact, we have got perhaps 700,000 Syrians in Iraq. So that means more refugees inside Iraq. Fighting in that area, it will threaten the prisons in that area. As it is well known, there are 26 prisons in that area, which is under control of the Syrian Democratic Forces. And in these prisons, we have got between 10 to 12,000 terrorists from ISIS and Al-Qaeda there. So imagine if those will be free or they will be released. Many of them, they are Iraqis. The others, they are Syrian and from other nationalities. What does it mean for ISIS, and what does it mean for the security in Iraq? And in fact, what does it mean for Syrian security? So there are many threats in that area. So that's why we hope that there will be negotiation. There were some contacts and discussion between Syrian Democratic Forces leaders and
do you expect
HTS leaders, but we hope that these negotiations, the process of negotiations will continue, and they will reach some some understanding.
Do you expect the brokered deal to withdraw US troops from Iraq will continue under this Trump administration? And at present, as we wait to see whether Donald Trump will broker his own deal on and with Iran, what's your perspective of how you might re-navigate your relations with Tehran?
And
2 questions.
It was a question for me. You see the first part of your question, how the new administration in Washington is going to deal with the U.S. troops in that area and in other areas. Of course, this is a question for the American to answer. But I think my belief is that they will be there. They will be there because the whole entire situation in the Middle East is different than the first, let's say, Trump first administration. Now we are dealing with different challenges. And so I have the feeling that they will be in the area. And as for our relationship with the new administration, our relationship with the American government, American administration is based on the strategical agreement which we have. And on the basis of that framework, we will continue our talks and negotiation with the American side on various fields.
And with Tehran?
As for Tehran, of course, that is a question to the Iranian, but the tension between Washington and Tehran, it affects us directly, not indirectly. In fact, that's why we are rather worried about the tension, and we hope that both sides will choose different approach, and that's the approach of, once again, negotiating. But until now, I don't see any signal from Washington that they are ready to negotiate with the Iranian side, while the Iranians are giving that signal.
Well, let's see. Well, let's see. I mean, there's a chief deal maker who says that he wants to cut deals all over the place. So let's see how long it is before we start seeing the emergence of something on Tehran, if at all. Minister Barrot, let me bring you in here. I gave you a chance to sort of, give us a starter for 10 earlier on. So having listened to what we've heard from the panelists here, can you just share your assessment of where you see Gaza, perhaps more importantly, your perspective on the developments in Lebanon and how France plans to support that government going forward? And then critics say that European countries don't have the political will or capital to chart their own foreign policy goals separate from Washington. What do you say to those critics when it comes to Syria, Lebanon, Iran, in a Trump era 2.0?
So first, I say that this is not true, even though, of course, for all of us, the US are a key partner, but we're sovereign in our foreign affairs policy. And even though we constantly talk one with another, and we often agree, it sometimes happens that we are exactly aligned, but this doesn't prevent us from working together. Why do European countries care about what's happening in the Middle East, about the temperature in the Middle East? Well, because our national interests are indexed on the temperature in the Middle East. Among the key preoccupations of European citizens today is security and terrorism. And as far as France is concerned, 10 years ago, there was a massive terrorist attack that was initially prepared in Syria under the regime of Bashar al-Assad and by ISIS forces. At the moment when there are being a lot of talks in Europe about migration, well, these talks, they initiated in 2015 when the Syrian people, by millions, they fled from Syria, they fled the regime of Bashar al-Assad, and they found asylum in Turkey, in Jordan, in Lebanon, but also in Europe. So everything that happens in the Middle East, because we have the Mediterranean in common, so to speak, is of great interest to us. And that's why we see ourselves as partners in good times as in bad times. And I want to remind people here that France hosted the first humanitarian conference in Gaza 1 month after the 7th of October. And France also hosted the first international conference in support to Lebanon 1 month after the ground operations of Israel into Lebanon started. And now that we've achieved ceasefire, and get back to that, alongside with countries of the region, Arab countries, countries for the Gulf, we are willing to participate, whether it's Gaza, Lebanon, or Syria, in the reconstruction of those countries and to consolidate the political solutions that will go alongside those reconstruction efforts. As far as Gaza is concerned, it's been said already, it's a huge relief that there is a ceasefire that puts an end to the brute force that destroyed a huge part of Gaza, that made so many civilian deaths, and that allowed the partial release of hostages, and we're waiting desperately for the release of our 2 French hostages, hopefully in the weeks to come. Phase 2 will be challenging because we'll need to find a way for a civil administration of Gaza once Israel troops retrieve, and we'll need to start working on the third step, which is the political solution that Ayman alluded to. And we're already working with Saudi Arabia and partners from the region ahead of the UN International Conference that will be held in June of 2025 in New York and co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France.
What does France bring to the table? What's the offer?
Well, France is a permanent member of the Security Council, dedicated to to justice and international
Very specifically,
law.
I'm asking, what are you putting on the table in Gaza and for Gaza?
Oh, so depending on which stage you have in mind, like I said, we helped alongside, and I want to commend especially the efforts of Jordan to bring humanitarian help into Gaza, but we also helped foster humanitarian help among European countries during this international conference that we hosted. We're also in the front line to support the Palestinian Authority. We're one of the rare countries in the world to directly support the Palestinian Authority. And moving forward, we'll be here alongside countries in the region to try and solidify this political solution. We have not yet recognized the state of Palestine because we've said that this recognition needs to come at a time when indeed we get closer to the draft of a 2-state solution with mutual recognition and security guarantee.
That's not going to happen before June. So, I mean,
we're going to work hard
from that.
We're going to work hard for this June conference to be a decisive step towards an irreversible path towards the 2-state solution. And as far as Lebanon is concerned, what do we bring? Well, in Lebanon, we bring our long-lasting relationship with Lebanon that allowed us, alongside the US, to provide a formula for a ceasefire that happened 60 days ago, and that produced and that delivered results. With the mechanism that we put in place with the US, we've been able to operate or to trigger the first retreats of Israeli forces in the south of Lebanon, and to push the Lebanese armed forces, supported by the UNIFIL UN mission, to operate the disarmament of Hezbollah in the south of Lebanon. We're 60 days past the ceasefire. Are we done? The answer is no. So we'll need more time to achieve the results. The good thing is that we also, alongside partners of the quintet, facilitated the election of a president for Lebanon. That was an essential condition to be met for the ceasefire to be sustainable, but also for the reconstruction effort to start, and basically for Lebanon or for the Lebanese people to take back control over their own destiny. But as was said earlier in the introduction, what worked in Lebanon is that everyone took their share of the risk of the effort. Israel put an end to hostilities and now is removing its forces. The Lebanese armed forces went beyond what they had done so far and went actually to places where Hezbollah were storing ammunitions and destroyed those ammunitions. And UNIFIL also did their part. And the Lebanese political forces also sort of overcame their reluctance to work together to elect a president. So everybody did their part. That's why we're where we are now. But to do the other half of the way, we need people to keep taking their part of the risk.
Thank
you. Look, I think the first reality we have to recognize is that everything in the Middle East is connected. Whether you talk about Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, all come together in terms of what causes tension to happen and the impact of positive progress. Number two, what happens in the Middle East does have a major impact on our neighbors in Europe. We are one region in reality, and we've seen that manifested through the impact of crises that we've had to live with. And I go back to my initial statement. There is a moment of opportunity if everybody do what they need to do to make sure that we are on a track that will give people hope of a promise of a better future where their legitimate concerns will be addressed. So, on Palestine, Gaza, I said there's a ceasefire now. Everybody has an interest in that ceasefire holding. But remember, the challenges are enormous. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza who lost literally everything. Their homes, their schools, their hospitals, their neighborhoods, everything. So unless we come in together in a massive effort to start addressing those immediate needs, I think we're going to have suffered a tremendous failure as an international community. So we've got to do that. Number two, we need to watch the West Bank, and what's happening in the West Bank should not be allowed to lead to what has happened in Gaza. I.e., we cannot afford another war on the West Bank.
This is a national security issue.
This is a national security issue for Jordan, and it's also, a matter of grave security concerns for the whole region and the whole world. So, again, what do we need to do? I think everybody knows what needs to be done. Let's think of a solution which will address the legitimate rights of both people. What is that solution? I think the majority of the world agree that the two-state solution is the answer. In the past, that solution has been paid much lip service, but no real action. On the grounds, we're seeing unilateral measures by Israel that rendering the two-state solution unviable, expansion of settlements, land grabs, suffocation of the PA. That is not conducive to peace. And I think, yes, Netanyahu government could speak of some military victories, but I think what we need to do is to think long-term. How do we create a Middle East in which everybody is safe and secure? You're not going to do that by security. You only do that by a political solution, and that's why I agree completely with John Noel. We need to have a plan to implement the two-state solution.
Let me just put this to you, because I do want to bring everybody back in. The West Bank is a national security issue to you. Syria has been a national security issue to you. And so let me just follow up here. Jordan's been providing refuge to displaced Syrians now for a long time, while also having to deal with the captagon-fueled drug trade that really enriched the Assad regime. How hopeful are you about the current situation in Syria? And what are you doing very specifically to support the transitional government at this point?
Absolutely. Just one last sentence on the West Bank and Gaza, if I may, is that I think with the Trump administration, with the involvement of Europe, with a leading regional role, as you alluded to, yes, we want to have a leading role in addressing the crises of our region. But that doesn't mean we don't need our partners and friends in the rest of the world. So we can complement each other. We will do the heavy lifting, and we need our partners to support. On Syria, look, again, as you mentioned, Jordan has been in the middle of all the crises. We've been at the receiving end of every crisis in the region. With Syria, we suffered in the past, not only in terms of drug trafficking, weapon trafficking, we've suffered economically. So now we have a new era, and I do want to believe, and I believe that the new administration in Syria, after coming to shoulder this responsibility, knowing the pain and suffering that their people have gone through, I do believe that they want to succeed, and I do believe that they know that in order for them to succeed, they need to win the trust of their people, and they need to win the trust of the region and the international community. That is, to put it simply. So I think we have engaged very deeply with our Syrian brothers from the day go. We've had very, very good conversations. We have a lot of interests that are aligned. Now, terrorism is one common threat, and as Fuad said, we see Daesh rearming, regrouping. They've acquired a lot of weapons from the stockpiles of the Syrian army. That's a challenge to all of us, and we're already in discussion on how do we deal with that threat, not just among us, but also with our partners in Europe and the States, because that's a collective thing. Number two, drug trafficking is still happening to Jordan, and that's a tremendous challenge. But again, we're in discussion with our brothers in the new administration, and we have the same interest here in ending that threat, because it is a threat to both of us. What we have to remember, though, is that I think we owe it to the new administration to be a little bit patient. They've just taken their responsibility. It's an enormous task to run a country that has been really broken down.
Yeah, but how long are you going to give them? How long do you think the region is going to give Syria? How much support will they get, and how long will they be given?
Look, we're very supportive. As you said, we have 386 kilometers of border with Syria. We're working together and making sure there's a flow of trade, a flow of connecting infrastructure, electricity, gas, flow of aid. All that is happening. We've also had very good meetings. We decided to form committees not just on trade and other issues, but also on security and defense, water issue. The Syrian regime violated our water rights. But then again, we're patient. We're not going to push our friends now and say we have to solve it. We've got to give them time. But I think, and we have this conversation in full honesty, because look, we have an interest in Syria succeeding, not just because we care about Syria, which we do, but because what happens in Syria will have a direct impact on us. If Syria succeeds, we all benefit. If Syria, God forbid, collapse into chaos, we will pay the price probably more than anybody else. So that said, I think they are saying the right things, as I said. I mean, they want an all-inclusive government that represents and fairly protects the rights of all citizens. They need to build the states, and we're fully supportive to them. I think they know the urgency of moving forward more than anybody else, and we're there to support
Minister, how would you describe the support that you're getting very specifically at present from Qatar and Turkey? What is the influence? What are you being told from Riyadh?
Yes.
Who's offering what at this stage?
Yes.
More than just we hope we will help as long as the new government looks like it's inclusive and it's going to work.
Yes, if you are interested in the Middle East, you can't ignore the importance of Syria. And if you want also to take authority of Syrian government, you can't ignore the concern of neighborhood. You understand our location, and also understand the neighborhood concerns. What we have been told in Riyadh and in all of our meetings in Damascus and abroad, that all the countries are interested in Syria, and they wish to Syria to be stable and secure, because the stability and the security of Syria, it will be its impact on the region. Of course, the infrastructure is destroyed by the Assad regime, and we understand the challenges, and we give the world a high expectation from our fast overthrow of Assad regime in 12 days, and we understand this, but the world also should be patient for us. Now we are just in 50 days, and of course we need a brilliant and a very good example of a new Syria, but we need also the support of international community and our country in our region.
You and I were at the same supper the other night with Javad Zarif, who wished the new Syrian leadership a lot of success.
Yes,
and this was his view, not perhaps a view from Tehran, but this was Zarif's view. He sort of overlooked the influence that Iran has had through its proxy Hezbollah, although he wouldn't admit to that, in supporting Assad in the past. But he certainly wished you the best. I wonder, how much are you prepared to have relations with Iran, if at all? What is your perception about where Syria should position itself with regard Iran at present? And to Minister Barrot, France, the UK and Germany have recently held talks with Iran aimed at potentially reviving the Iran nuclear deal. Javad Zarif told me at this same supper that Tehran is willing to engage with the new Trump administration, but insists that Washington must purchase its ticket back at the negotiating table, and he very specifically said the price has gone up. To which you say what? Let's Let me start with you, and I'll come back to you, Assad.
Yes,
Let's start with Minister Barrot.
No, so earlier in the conversation, in the introduction, when you were speaking about the temperature itself generally, because we're seeing that there are different situations, even though they're all interconnected. And if the temperature seemed to have gone down across countries, it's also because the main source of temperature and instability has kind of broken down. And this is the Iran so-called axis of resistance.
Some will argue that Israel is also a reason for why we have had such significant temperature increases across the region. But anyway, I understand your point.
The very significant temperature increase over the past 2 years is the 7th of October that Iran supported, and the 8th of October regarding Lebanon. Which is the attacks of Hezbollah against the north of Israel.
Yeah.
No, this does not sort of preclude Israel and its responsibilities. But the fact is that the axis of resistance has largely broken down. With respect to Iran, again, a topic that we're clearly going to keep working on very closely because it touches upon our own security interests. The nuclear program would generate massive security issues for Europe and the rest of the world. The ballistic program of Iran now generates direct security concern for some European countries. And that's why we've expressed to Iran with the British and the German partners of the E3 our willingness to move forward with tough negotiation that start with a full assessment that we requested from the Board of Governors of IAEA, and that will be presented early in the spring.
Is it
and
your
that will
sense
be a point or a starting point for decisions to come.
Is it your sense that the Foreign Minister has been given the green light by the Supreme Leader to negotiate a deal with the US? First question, because my sense was from Zarif that actually indeed is the case. To you, Fuad, I wonder whether you have been asked to or would be prepared to mediate in any US Tehran negotiations on a new deal. And overall, to the whole panel here, what are your hopes and fears for the Trump administration's policy towards Iran going forward? Just how important is it?
Listen, I hope he got a mandate because he has a mandate to negotiate with us. And in fact, I think this is the rational approach, because if it's not going to be a negotiation, incorporating nuclear program, ballistic program, and regional aspects, then what's the alternative? The alternative is back to brute force. And brute force is unlikely to generate any positive solutions either for the region, for Iran themselves, but even for us, Europe and the US, because it's unlikely that we can sort all the problems caused by these nuclear and ballistic programs by brute force only.
Fuad,
it is well known that we are well connected to Washington, but also to Tehran. So if we will be asked to mediate, we will do that. And it will be in the interest of Iraq, but also in interest of the region and international, in the interest of international peace. We have been asked in the past during Biden administration to mediate, and we did it. In fact, I can say that now, because it is part of the history. We organized the last meeting between the Iranian side and the American in New York. It was through us that we approached the American side and the Iranian, and they had their meeting
the
in New
rapprochement
York.
between Saudi and Iran, of course. So I mean, there's clearly a Riyadh opportunity for mediating this time.
Riyadh and Tehran. It was in Iraq that we have all these meetings, and we were also between Tehran and many other countries, by the way.
We're out of time, so I'm just going to literally ask you all, do you have confidence that whilst it is clear that what Donald Trump's policy towards the Middle East is going forward will have huge consequences for the region. Are you confident that the region, and again I bring in Dateline Riyadh, Dateline Abu Dhabi, Dateline Doha and the rest, this new era, this new dynamic of regional solutions for regional problems. I mean, I don't know anybody who shuttles around the region more than you do. As you felt cautiously optimistic about the lowering of the temperature across this region, what role the region for its own backyard?
Look, we're trying everything we can. I think we're offering solutions, I think, on the premise of a very clear policy objective, which is to ensure peace and stability and therefore prosperity for our peoples. That is the objective. And to achieve that objective, I think we need to put everything on the table very openly, very frankly. Palestinian-Israeli conflict is key. Unless we solve it, instability will continue to hover over our future. The key to solving that is two-state solution that fulfills the right of all. I think for Iran, the stakes are too high. And again, as Jonah well said, military solutions do not solve issues. They only lead to more conflicts, particularly if the root cause of conflicts are not addressed. And Iran needs to appreciate there's a new dynamic in the region now, which means that everybody's got to play by the rules and no meddling in the affairs of other countries and respecting for their rights. I think Syria, we've got to all rally behind the new administration to make sure that the support as they also do what's right for their people and rebuild and respect the rights of all. Lebanon needs the support. Terrorism is a new threat that we all have to keep our eyes on, and we need to work on that. So I think in the region, we're ready to do the heavy lifting to solve the crisis of our region. We need our partners, but I think we do need the understanding from our partners that we know our region well, we know what it takes to achieve peace, and we need to be given the space to offer our solutions and to be listened to and not talked at as we approach those challenges.
It's been a pleasure. I mean, 24, 48 hours before the next stage of the first phase of the release of hostages in Gaza, the release of Palestinian prisoners in exchange, and the further surge in humanitarian aid. I guess I speak for this room when I say, we all hope that this is going to work. I think if we can see progress, it seems to me, as we've been discussing, that if we can see progress on the ground in Gaza, that can cascade into a better atmosphere for at least, a process for a solution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, and all of this cascades, of course, through the region. It is a busy region. It is all interconnected. 45 minutes is not anything long enough, but as Fuad said, he spent 45 years trying to lower the temperature in the Middle East. So, I mean, we were only going to skate across the surface, but it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much indeed, and welcome to the Davos for you. Thank you.
the last 5 or 6 years, Iraq has reached stability, and we have established peace and harmony among all sections of Iraqi society. We have held a number of elections. Every 4 years, we held elections, and the parliament is members of parliament in Iraq, about 330 members of parliament, and we form a government from the parliament, decided by members of parliament. We form a government for all the constitutions of the activities in Iraq. We have a presidential office headed by president, and we have judiciary groups which decides on the laws for Iraq. So what we believe in Iraq is really shared power among the populations by different election results. And this has stabilized the country. And Iraq, as I said, has been stable for the last 5 or 6 years. And we have started on really looking after the services for the population and looking after improving our infrastructures. And at the same time, I'm very glad to say most of the governors and most of Iraq is under development, and they have reached certain stages of building and creating services for the populations. I agree with you, we did suffer, and we were in the probably public opinion all the time, but not for achievements in Iraq, but it was for the problems which we had in Iraq. Now we welcome all the attention to be given in Iraq for really achieving what we have achieved. And we are inviting even from all the countries in the world to participate in Iraq for rebuilding Iraq for a better future. Our income, economically, Iraq is strong, but at the same time, because the task is very big, we need help from outside. From help outside in investment and in technology and any matters which are related to improving services and better future for Iraqi people.
Thank you so much. Moving to Chancellor Schallenberg, Federal Chancellor of Austria. I already mentioned the events in the Middle East. First, let us understand how you view, and your country, the events in Syria as they are now.
I mean, sometimes when I think about the Middle East, I'm reminded of a quote by Shimon Peres, I believe, who said, "The good thing in the Middle East is there's always light at the end of the tunnel. The bad thing is we don't know whether there is a tunnel." But I believe recently, and yes, this is a region that kept us enormously busy, especially after the horrendous attacks by Hamas on the 7th of October. But there are glimmers of hope. And I want to underline what the President said. I myself had the possibility to come to Baghdad and to see the impressive development Iraq has undergone. And you have mentioned yourself, we have now a ceasefire deal, a release of hostages, which is for us enormously important. We still have an Austrian-Israeli citizen who is in the hands of Hamas, father of 2 small children, since the 7th of October. Just imagine what that means for the families concerned. And so there is, and my contacts and discussions with our Israeli friends, they assured us that they will implement every stage, and we now have to follow, the implementation. But you're right to say, Mr. President, we still need a solution for Gaza. We don't have midterm, long-term solutions. But at least there's something positive going on now. And we have a new government in place pretty soon now, a new president, new prime minister in Lebanon. I believe as Europeans we have to support them. We have 170 soldiers at UNIFIL, at the UN troops in the south of Lebanon. And we have to be those supporting the Lebanese army to finally be able to do what they're meant to do in the south of Lebanon. And on Syria, and let's put it that way. We have to engage without being naive. And only 2 days ago, the Italian Foreign Minister, Antonio Tajani, and myself, because I'm not only Chancellor, I'm also Foreign Minister currently, we sent a letter to our colleagues pleading for a complete suspension of all sanctions of the European Union against Syria until the 31st of December, but it's not unconditional, because if they go the wrong way, we have a snapback. We should install a snapback. But I believe we have to engage. We have, in dubio pro reo, give them a chance to go the right way. I had a meeting with the Syrian foreign minister today. Everything they're saying, everything the leadership is saying is good, is positive. But the thing is, talk the talk and walk the walk is not quite the same thing. So they're saying the right things, but we want them to see implementing the right things. An inclusive, peaceful transition. This is the most important thing. And we know there are still 11,000 foreign terrorist fighters. There are militia groups. So it's extreme diverse country as far as religions are concerned and ethnicities. So it won't be an easy task. But I believe if they understand, and if the people in Syria understand that this is a possibility to get out of the nightmare they were living through, and if the neighbors, and I believe Iraq has their role to play too, hashtag the Kurds, and others, you mentioned Turkey, then we might move in the right direction. I believe from us, what we can do now as European Union is give them economic possibilities by lifting sanctions and giving aid. Because we know if they don't have jobs, if they don't have a livelihood, if they don't have the means to get the bread on the table every day, then you will have a radicalization of the society. And I believe it will be our task, and we should also talk to the new American administration to go the same way, giving them a chance. And that is the most important task we can do now.
Thank you. Still on Syria, overall, maybe this is a little provocative, but allow me to say it. Overall, sometimes when you have conversations with people in the region, they would say that they have seen Europe's role diminished overall. Do you feel, as a European, do you feel that Europe has enough tools at its disposal, for example, if we take Syria now, enough in the toolbox to actually be maybe using that to prove them wrong?
Well, two comments. Number one, I believe there's not one region being able to decide anything. Not Europe, not the Americans, not the Russians. We have to get everybody on board. Number two, this is not a beauty contest. And I'm actually, sometimes this kind of auto-flagellation we conduct in Europe, saying, oh, we're losing, our leverage and we're less important. Maybe sometimes that's a good thing, because sometimes it means there's a stronger regional ownership. Mm-hmm. And if we talk about the future of Gaza, if we talk about the future of Syria, this won't be imposed from outside. These days are over, and that's actually a good thing. We're not in the 19th century, we're not in the first half of the 20th century more. And I believe what our role should be too is to support regional ownership by Gulf Cooperation Council, by neighboring states. So it's not us delivering the solution, but supporting those who have smart ideas in the region. And in the end of the day, it is them living there. It's Israelis, it's the Syrians, it's the Lebanese, it's the Iraqis, it's the Palestinians. They have to find a way, and if we talk about the two-state solution, the same thing. There is a limit to what you can do from outside. And that's why, to a certain degree, I would say, maybe it's sometimes good if you say that Europe, America, and others have lost sort of track a little bit, because it means that the region has more ownership.
How do you view the role of Iran in the region?
You just asked the same question the biggest expert there is on Iran. Well, currently they are between a rock and a hard place. They have diminished their role, they have lost out considerably. But I have to say, at each turn, at each crossroad, they took the wrong turn the last couple of years. And I'm talking as a representative of a country which has centuries of relations with Iran. which never closed down, even after the revolution of 1978. We were the only Western country keeping our consulate forum and keeping the lines of dialogue open. It was not always easy, but I said again and again, they're making it more and more difficult to remain engaged. Now there are signs again that they want to engage. We had the talks in Geneva with the Europeans. But again, why should we have trust? And I understand that they, after Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, they had, they were shocked. But by now, we have a problem, a serious problem too. And it's not about only proxies. It's not about attacking Israel. It's also about Ukraine and Russia. It's about, North Korea. There's so many things together, and their nuclear program. If you listen to Rafael Grossi, my friend, the director of the International Atomic Energy Agency, our level of information is less than we had in 2014. It's a black box by now. And they're doing nothing to create any sense of confidence from the international community. So I believe it's also up to them. If they want to come back to the table, it's up to them to make the first step and not only give a speech, but show some actions. But in the end, and here again, I sometimes say, you should not forget there's also Persia. And I believe there's somewhere hidden in Iran, there's still Persia. And this is a nation of people who brought so much to humankind, culturally, in literature, in other things. And I would like to see a development again where they can play the fair role in the region internationally. And we stand ready. If they show action and if they come back out of the cold, okay. For the time being, I see little possibilities.
Mr. Chancellor, if you allow me one last question. You already covered it a little bit. You mentioned the two-state solution. As you know, for some, among the loss of life, some would say it's very hard to imagine this is still feasible on the horizon. How do you view the prospect for peace on the basis of a two-state solution?
I haven't heard any other solution that intellectually convinces me. And the thing is, when I'm in Israel, when I'm in Tel Aviv, when I'm in Ramallah, when I'm in Jerusalem, I'm saying always the same thing. A, you cannot outweigh one trauma by creating another trauma. And B, there is no river from the sea, neither for the Palestinians. The Israelis won't disappear into thin air, nor for the Israelis, the radical part, because the Palestinians won't disappear. So what kind of system you can imagine where they can live peacefully side by side? And yes, we are committed a mistake. We were focusing on the normalization, on the Abraham Accords. We neglected the Palestinian issue or the Palestinian conflict. And it was brought back brutally by Hamas. And now we know the things have to go in parallel. The problem is obviously the traumas on both sides. Confidence has eroded massively, and it will take time. But here again, there's so much we can do from outside. I know that many, even Israel, say stop talking about a two-state solution. This idea is dead. It was killed on the 7th of October. Well, then please explain me what other solution there is, ensuring that the people can live in peace and security side by side. So we are very clear that we will continue this way. But again, it needs regional ownership, even if we talk about Gaza, and it needs the people on the ground, on both sides, engaging. It's not us, the Europeans, Americans, or anybody else, who can impose that.
Thank you so much. I'll now move to Bronwyn Maddox, Director and Chief Executive, Chatham House in the United Kingdom. You're presiding over a powerhouse of analysis of all kinds, including geopolitical analysis. You yourself are a recognized thought leader. How do you view overall the prospects for a more stable region given the events of the past few months?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the compliment from the WEF. I will take that compliment. Itself a powerhouse. As the President was saying, there is always conflict, or it feels as if there is always conflict in the region. At the same time, you can feel so many countries in the region trying to move beyond whatever the most current conflict is and forge relationships with many other parts of the world. I've been very struck here this week, as well as in other discussions. I'm thinking of the Doha Forum that Qatar has built up, of how you get countries from the region so much talking to countries in Africa, building the relationships in Asia, a few people from Europe there, a few people from America, but a sense of the complexity of the region, relationships moving beyond. And particularly with Africa, I think now quite a mutual sense of if one thrives, it can help the other, vice versa. So, you know, in that lies some strength. And then you come back to the conflicts. Myself, I think it is very hard unless there is some proper resolution of the Israel-Palestinian conflict for there to really be for the region to be able to thrive as otherwise it could. It is so bitter and damaging a conflict. And yes, we have peace of a kind at the moment in the sense of a cessation of the death toll in Gaza, but we don't have anything that looks like a road, never mind a two-state solution, but to even talks about what an offer to the Palestinians might be. And I'm very concerned, as were the speakers in the session on the Middle East earlier this afternoon, about what is happening on the West Bank. There's all kinds of speculation about whether parts of the Israeli government or parts of Israeli politics feel that they have license from the US to go after the West Bank in return for the cessation of military action in Gaza. Others say, no, it's much more complicated than that. But the reality is that that part of Israeli political life is behaving as if it has license to do that. And I think Israel has taken this tactic of ignoring the problem as far as you could, and we see where it gets it in the end. And I think were Israel to try to resurrect that and ignore the millions of Palestinians who are there, as we were just discussing, then there won't be in that particular area a resolution, and things will remain stuck and so much less good for people to thrive in all sides than it could otherwise be. There are so many other players in this, though, and we haven't touched in this conversation on so much on the Saudis. I've been impressed with the steadiness of what they have done over the past year in offering to the US, essentially to Israel, the potential of a deal, though being very equally steady on what they are asking in terms of something for the Palestinians. And they, it seems to me, are making a contribution at the moment to the steadiness of the region that is considerable, including in their relations with Iran. Not exactly warm, but absolutely not cold. Iran, it seems to me we were touching on, is trying to work out, after this bad year, how many alliances and potential sources of support it might have, and all kinds of engagement and feelers of engagement going out. But they don't have clear answers yet. It seems to me they're clear on one thing: they don't want to get bombed by the US, but not quite how to play the next steps. And then you have, as you have with any kind of unresolved situation, all kinds of others coming in, particularly Turkey, and not necessarily a force for peace up in the north there. I agree with the Chancellor and the President about Syria. The new leaders are talking the talk, but we really have to see, and I think the wariness is absolutely justified by history and by the history of these particular people, to see whether they walk the walk. So that is a picture rather than a ringing answer to your question, but a picture, it seems to me, of a region desperate to grow beyond these particular conflicts and having some success in doing so, but you can't deny the fuel that is still in those conflicts.
Thank you. If I could just follow up, obviously we have the new US administration, and already before the administration came in, we saw that there was impact in one way or another on the ceasefire and the hostage deal. Overall, what is your assessment across these fault lines? You can choose whichever, that the US administration will have.
It could be positive, and it could make things a whole lot worse. At the moment, we're seeing the positive, and it started the day after the election, and we heard from all kinds of people close to the Trump camp, though the phenomenon of winning an election as Donald Trump did is that suddenly everyone wants to say that they're close to you. But anyway, people close to Trump saying, look, we're starting right now, Ukraine, Gaza, we're in there, these things have to stop. And when you have conflicts that are resulting in so many casualties, and every casualty spawning people who will be angry for their whole life, even if they don't do something about it, then stopping the killing has some value. And if the Trump team were able to take that forward and actually reach an agreement, for example, of the kind that Saudi Arabia has been describing, then great. But it could make it worse if, and we really don't know this, we're just judging by personalities that have been appointed and so on, but it could make it worse if, in my book, if it sided with those elements of Israeli political life that say, all right, in return for that, we want the West Bank. That's the bit we really want, Judea in particular, and sided with that in a way that just makes a kind of enduring peace and resolution of that impossible. So, you know, I think President Trump means it when he said, I'm proud of having no new wars in my first term. I want to repeat something of that in the second, but it depends if you shut down a conflict, the principles on which you do it. Something of the same applies to Ukraine. And if to shut it down, to suppress the immediate death toll, but to throw your principles out the window as you do that is not to arrive at a solution, I think.
Thanks so much. Samer Khoury, last but not least on this panel, Palestinian business leader. I know you've been, with your colleagues and personally, very engaged throughout the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Now we have a ceasefire. Help us understand the situation on the ground right now.
Okay, I think that we are all hopeful that Gaza ceasefire will continue. But I want to start by stating 4 different things now versus October 7. Number one, the world and Israel specifically realize no military solution. 15 months of killing, genocide, and then no military solution. Second point, which you mentioned, you cannot normalize and bring Abrahamic Accords or solution to the region without solving the Palestinian issue. It's the core. Third, all of us have kids, and they have seen on social media what has been done in the last 15 months. What does this mean? This means not any solution can be imposed on the Palestinians, not only the Palestinians themselves. The 380 million Arab population will not accept what they could have accepted before October. And finally, I have to say, and give credit to Mr. Trump and his team, he appointed an envoy 2 weeks before he was inaugurated. While the Biden administration, whenever we used to talk to him, they said this is not important. They never appointed a single focal point for our issue. So today, as we speak, what do we want as Palestinians? We want 3 things. We want the international community to help us ensure that Mr. Netanyahu continues with the ceasefire, phase 1, phase 2, and exchange of hostages, because as you said, many people around him feel this is just lip service for Mr. Trump. Second point, we don't want to have another intifada in the West Bank, because the West Bank is not Gaza. If the West Bank is destabilized, it will destabilize the whole region, including Jordan. Third, as you all said, we need an Arab solution. We cannot, as Palestinians, be able to sit in front of Israel, while the Arab world and the clout of countries like Saudi Arabia, like Abu Dhabi, like Qatar can. So we're counting on you, because we cannot solve the problem, us and the Israelis. It has to be the international community. Thank you.
Thank you. I will still follow up. Help us on the ground, because I know you have colleagues and you've been personally engaged. What is the situation right now in Gaza?
Definitely, since the ceasefire, much better. We're having more humanitarian assistance going in. However, the basic needs, water, electricity, are not there. I think we cannot just depend on humanitarian assistance. We have to encourage small SME. We have to restart the economy. We have to involve more trucks from business community going back in. We need to remove the barriers that intentionally Israel puts as a commodity to bargain against us. I would say there is a loss of sense of optimism. We are a resilient people. We have proved before, and I'm confident we rebuild Gaza.
Thank you. There is this question of, and this was discussed also in relation to how, for example, Gaza is governed in the future. So there is this dialogue around reform of the Palestinian Authority. We also heard it when I had a discussion with the foreign minister yesterday. She talked about it. Help us understand what is the focus.
I think definitely Israel will not allow the PA alone to go back into Gaza. So we can make it into phases. I'll give you two possible scenarios. One is a committee run by independent, and that committee has somehow a relation to the PA, and the governance is by the Arab countries. This is very clear. Our other way is to make a new government, representing of the whole but Palestinian factions, and that could be a technocrat government. But this is purely a Palestinian decision. But I repeat, we have to have our Arab brothers with us on the table.
Maybe the final question is, I know because you're heading a very successful company that is active across the region, also in the Gulf. What is your hope for the future in terms of the relationship between the Palestinian Authority and Gulf countries? And what more can they do together?
I think definitely the Gulf is asking for reform. This process has started from the PA. I think we need to push for more. But again, remember, reform under occupation is not that easy. But I think that it can be easily accommodated. I still believe the difference in this dynamics today is let Saudi Arabia lead this. Let Saudi Arabia lead the Gulf and the PA relationship.
Thank you so much to Samer, to all of you. It was a very interesting discussion, a very timely discussion as well. I really appreciate that you were able to share and react. I hope we've covered a lot of ground, and we are in a situation of a de-escalation, a change in Syria, a continued development pathway for Iraq. I hope if we are together next year here, that the picture will be even better, and that we will be much clearer on particularly the economic front for many of the countries we covered. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
جوزيف عون، وقد نقلت لفخامته تهنئة وتحيات خادم الحرمين الشريفين وصاحب السمو الملكي ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظهم الله. بمناسبة انتخاب فخامته رئيس الجمهورية وتمنياتهما له بالتوفيق في قيادة لبنان لتحقيق ما تطلع إليه شعبه من استقرار وتقدم ورخاء. بحثت مع فخامته مستجدة الأوضاع في لبنان والمنطقة، وأكدت له استمرار وقوف المملكة إلى جانب لبنان وشعبه الشقيق، كما عربت له عن إيماننا بأهمية الإصلاحات التي تحدث عنها فخامته في سبيل تجاوز لبنان لأزماته، وثقتنا كبيرة بقدرة فخامة الرئيس ودولة رئيس الوزراء المكلف بالشروع في الإصلاحات اللازمة لتعزيز أمن واستقرار ووحدة لبنان. كما تطرقت خلال
thought said, "We always liked and supported the idea of America as a leader. It is different if the framing is, as Trump says, America is the winner, because it means that there must be losers." And I'm curious how both of you, from a political perspective, given this moment that we're living in today and given the foreign investors that I imagine you hope are going to come to your state, think about that idea. Do you want to start?
Happy to jump in. First, I want to say thank you for having us, and excited to share the stage with a fellow governor and fellow Southern governor. So I think we have a unique perspective having grown up in politics. But I think when it comes to America first, the idea and certainly the perspective that the president comes with is that the rest of the world does win when America is strong. The rest of the world does better when America has a strong economy, when we're providing good national security. Things like that matter to what happens across the rest of the globe. So America first, America winning, doesn't necessarily mean others are losing, but it shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody that the leader of that country wants them to be successful. I'm the governor of Arkansas. I want Arkansas to win. I want Arkansas to do well, the same way I would imagine Governor Beshear wants Kentucky to do well. We are fighting to bring economic development, to bring investment, to succeed, to be at the top, and it should never be a negative for us to want to be at the top. And I think it's a good thing for the rest of the world when America as a country is strong.
What do you think?
Well, I think, and first of all, thank you to the World Economic Forum. First time Kentucky has ever been invited, and we are excited to be here and to introduce Kentucky on the world stage. I think whether this concept of American first is a good thing or a bad thing depends on how it's implemented. If it's implemented in a way that ensures that the American people have good jobs, quality health care, strong infrastructure, strong public safety, those are good things. But if it questions our alliances, especially our alliances with Europe that are critical to global stability, then it could be a concerning thing for the world, and the ultimate reliability and consistency that we need to do global business and ultimately live in as safe of a planet as we can. And so I think what we'll see as we go is there's always going to be some rhetoric, but exactly how it's implemented, what's its implications are, and I think that's both what impact it'll have on the world and what impact it'll have on the American people. Because I think we'll talk about this more, but my belief, and we probably have slightly different ones, on why President Trump is president again, is that last group of movable voters had a gut check, and they believed that President Trump would make it a little easier to pay the bills at the end of the month. So do these policies raise prices, lower prices? I think that's a lot of what to watch as we move forward.
Talking about what to watch, what is your expectation, of the possibility of tariffs and whether they are a negotiating tool or something else?
I think certainly the president, look, I think one of the really important things to look at is this isn't his first time. He's now coming in having been president before, and he knows some of the tools that he has in his toolbox that he was able to use successfully. And we saw a really strong economy under President Donald Trump. We saw relationships across the globe, in many cases, strengthen, even if they didn't always like the way he said said it and the way he went about it, it's hard to argue that his policies weren't effective and didn't make our country stronger. And so I think it's one of those things that he will use as a tool in his toolbox, and something that he can use and leverage in negotiations. At the end of the day, he is the ultimate deal maker. And I think that it is something that he will use as he's going about trying to make sure America comes out as
Are you in the same camp? The only reason I mention this is there's another view, which is that it has to be a toll booth. And that there's a toll booth because when it comes to the budget and the deficit in the United States, that this may be a tool not just to negotiate with other countries, but a tool to collect revenue.
And parts of the
shock, then by interest rates jumping up. And look at us. Not only are standing on our feet, but the IMF upgraded global projections to 3.3% for this year, 3.3% next year. And when you look under the hood of these projections, there are countries that stand up. The United States very strongly stands up. It is a big driver of that positive picture. The Gulf, Saudi Arabia, stands up. There are parts of the world, however, that are in a much wobblier place. We see the European Union, although they are in a positive growth territory, 1.2% growth projections for the Eurozone, but confidence is somewhat weak. And what is particularly troubling when you want to see the whole world lifted up is where capital goes. Well, it goes to the United States. Much less to Europe, and pretty much stagnated when it comes down to investments in most of the emerging markets in developing economies. Why does capital go to the United States? Because of profitability. And if that picture remains with the US doing very well, yes, with positive spillover for the rest of the world, but that divergence story deepening, then there would be loss of opportunities, and there would be certainly problem bubbling up in terms of stability for the whole world. So what do we recommend in this environment? Well, the first thing we recommend is remember fundamentals. In many countries, the big problem is that they have not done their job as Saudi Arabia has done it to bring down debt levels and to create pro-growth environment. The amount of unnecessary obstacles to companies to grow in places where growth is slower is mind-boggling. And the second problem we see is that in many countries, the recognition that we are facing a technological transformation that may not have a match in history, and then preparing for AI, embracing AI systematically, that is not quite yet there. I want to finish with a word of praise for Mohamed Al-Jadaan. I don't know many ministers of finance that during the toughest times kept budget discipline despite everybody crying for money. And introducing VIT to make sure that you have sound position in Saudi Arabia. So to the audience, a finance minister who knows how to say no, which is a very important part of the job.
He says no all the time.
He deserves a round of applause. To Mohamed.
He says no for the right reasons.
Yeah, so we'll talk about your worries about the economy overheating in just a second. But Minister Al-Ibrahim, can you talk to us a little bit about, again, as there's this fight for capital deployment, and there is a worry that it's the US first at the expense of everyone else. What does it mean for Saudi Arabia's ambitions?
So I think if you look at what we're witnessing recently,
this economic torpor globally, and you look at the opportunities, we're all seeking engines of growth. The Saudi story is an example of how transformation, like Kristalina hinted, is an engine of growth. Despite the tepid 20s, as Kristalina described it in Riyadh, the kingdom has been able to fire up new engines of growth and keep moving forward. Our non-oil activities today represent 52% of our total real GDP for the first time. It's not an objective, it's not a goal, it's not a milestone, but it's something to keep in mind as a sign of things moving in the right direction. Non-oil growth this year is expected to close at 3.9%, next year 4.8%, and the year after 6.2%. All of this is telling us that the economic playbook that the kingdom is using is something that can be used by others as well. And it is going back to fundamentals of institutional capabilities, investing in human capital, and making tough decisions. And it can be used by many countries, as His Excellency Jadaan said. It's about accelerating productivity, having a growth and bold, innovative growth mindset that embraces challenges, learns from failures, and continues to seek doing more. And at the heart of all of this is also enabling the private sector. So whatever challenges may come or changes may come, we're investing in the capability that will help us address how things change.
Minister Al-Sawar, how do you see technology and AI changing the world economy but also the kingdom?
I couldn't agree with what everybody has said. It's about the fundamentals. It's about saying no and yes for the right reasons. And it's about balancing that optimism with realism and focusing on where the growth is. If we take a step back as we're collaborating for the intelligent age, we have to reflect on how we have fared within the digital age. And we couldn't have done it without collaboration with all of you. When we laser focus on empowering people, we have to be very proud of the women empowerment story. And I see Lubna, Noura, Dima Yahya within the crowd here, jumping from 7% to 35% and delivering to the world Dr. Latif Al-Abdel Karim, who's the only woman sits at the UN panel for AI advisory for the General Secretary, advising them on how we could shape a better future that is inclusive, innovative by AI. Pivoting to what the world right now is moving within the intelligent age, from generative AI to agentic AI and to physical AI. So within agentic AI, which is all about productivity and infusing that, we have Ghaida Tasan, who's collaborating with Aramco to make sure that we have one of the real use cases of how AI can deliver optimization, delivering $1 billion in optimization for Aramco. And last but not least, within physical AI, how Dr. Firas Khalil has leveraged robotics to tackle the shortage of heart surgeons, delivering the first heart transplant fully in robotics. So this is, in essence, an opportunity for us to leverage our capital, our patient capital, our captive market, our energy, and we spoke about this earlier, to really fuel a better future for humanity in collaboration with all of you.
So that's a positive scenario, but do you really feel that there's enough cooperation, right? And if you look at multilateralism, and this is also a question for you, Minister Al-Jadaan, there's a concern that we're going into something that will be much more bumpy, where actually countries won't want to collaborate together as much as before.
Well, let's appreciate that this is a general purpose technology. And as a general purpose technology, it's like preventing societies from the steam engine and from electricity, which we cannot afford that. I mean, you cannot deprive, suffocate, or dehydrate these economies because you will cause irreversible damage. And this is why the kingdom is committed on closing down the 3 new divides of the AI age. A compute divide. We need 63 gigawatts worth of energy. This is equivalent to what India needs, the most populous nation. And energy leads to heat, leads to water, and we spoke about this earlier as well, as much energy and water that you need as well in the United States. We need to make sure that these algorithms address hallucination, disinformation, and all of these aspects. And we have Dr. Amr Awadallah and Dr. Ihsan al-Haq, who recently received the US Presidential Award for early career work on delivering algorithms that feed humanity to make sure that we deliver things. So I couldn't agree with you more. Today, in the digital age, we used to talk about the digital divide. In the AI divide, it's becoming a dignity divide, where we need like-minded nations, a coalition of thought leaders coming together and making sure that this general purpose technology has to proliferate to make sure that it's inclusive, innovative, and impactful.
Kristalina?
We do live through times of massive transformation, including in how the world economy functions and how collaboration among nations takes place. What I observe from where I sit is a much bigger role for countries that do have strong fundamentals and think of collaboration with other nations in regional context or around the supply chain or around an objective, a mission for the betterment of the world. What I see, for example, with the Gulf Cooperation Council, what I see there is a stepped up engagement, much more substantive discussion on key policy issues, and much more thoughtful engagement with the rest of the world. I see this in ASEAN. In other words, if there is some step back from global cooperation in the traditional way, there is step forward in cooperation, collaboration based on interest, based on sometimes geography. And I do believe that this is a reflection of the necessity for the world to collaborate. You can't get out of it. My second point is for how impressive Saudi Arabia has been in stepping forward in a leadership role as one of the countries that see themselves in this change in the world, moving to multipolar, whatever we want to call it, as one of the pillars of that new form of cooperation. Mohammed Al-Jadaan chairs the IMFC, the IMF governing body. I have seen in many occasions Saudi Arabia very thoughtfully stepping forward to find that constructive tone of engagement. And my plea is for us to keep an eye of that trend of engagement that is not anymore based on the traditional UN General Assembly, the traditional multilateral structures. And I take it for us at the fund to mean more focus on these emerging centers of cooperation. We have at the IMF only one systemic instrument of regional engagement. This is so-called Article 4 consultation for the Eurozone. And I believe that we need to engage more in that format because this is the world we are now living in.
I think it's a myth that multilateralism is dead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is evolving, it's changing.
Yep.
But world trade is still growing. There is more opportunities than ever.
Mm-hmm.
But they're evolving and they're changing. And you're seeing regional changes that are going on. When you think about the growth of India and the opportunity there, and you balance out India and China and Southeast Asia, there's an opportunity. You know, my 20 plus years of visiting the kingdom and the region and seeing the transformation and the opportunities. Let me also say the optimism.
Yes. Especially of the young people and the women. I mean, it's incredible.
It's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
But but even in parts of South America, which in many cases disappoint, but there are really pockets of opportunity too. And so yes, the United States as a percent of GDP has grown dramatically versus the world. As Kristalina said, it does feed the world in different ways. President Trump is going to try to find some realignment, but we're all going to navigate. We'll all find the best ways. And that's what I want to when I start off and say the world's fine, because there's just too much pessimism. And
pessimism or realism?
No, it's pessimism. It's not realism. Yes, things are changing, and most people don't like change, and things are evolving, and the fear of AI, but the opportunity in AI. I mean, I look at this as something that there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic. That being said, we can't deny that there is a need for more of a flattening. There's a need for making sure that we're trying to lift the whole world at the same time. But it is a myth that's saying the world hasn't been lifted over the last 25 years. The world has been lifted. Capitalism works, by the way. It truly, truly works. And there's a lot of pessimism in parts of the anti-capitalist feeling, especially here in Davos, but it works, and some of the optimism that I see in the kingdom and I see in the region is that optimism that, okay, historically the government umbrella over the economy was very large. That umbrella is shrinking. There's young startups growing everywhere. Entrepreneurialism is alive throughout the region. There's a lot to be optimistic about, and it's just being smothered by some segments of society.
Let me go to the man that sometimes has to say no, Minister Al-Judan. So you have spoken about the need to prevent the economy from overheating, which you said, look, the government will handle. You could face extra tariffs from the Trump administration. You could face an energy policy that could change from the Trump administration. And then you've gotten closer to China. What do you worry about most?
Few things I think needs to be said very clearly. I think the whole idea of Saudi Vision 2030 is actually to deal with these shocks, to make the economy more resilient, to totally unlock this relationship between oil and oil volatility and the economy. Decoupling is happening, incredibly happening. And we are very proud of it, but we are not complacent. We are continuing and pushing through. And regardless of what happens around the world, we believe that we have the resilience to actually deal with shocks. And we have. Over the last 6 years, we've been through considerable shocks, and we managed actually to maneuver and continue growing. In relation to the US, and I would make this actually very clear, I think we said this several times before, for the past 8 decades, Saudi Arabia, and history is there, I mean, it's not secret, have managed to deal with whoever is residing in the White House, Republican, Democrat, and enjoyed actually a very strategic economic and trade relationship and other factors, including diplomatic, security, and I think Trump is no exception. There is a win-win situation for both nations. We need each other, and as long as there is a win-win deal, we will continue. And I think that is going to continue now and in the foreseeable future.
Minister Ali Ibrahim, when you talk about this huge transformation and diversification with investors, what do they ask you the most?
Good question. So right now, maybe just to emphasize some signs of the power of diversification. A decision to start 4 sectors, tourism, entertainment, culture, and sports, a few years ago, even before COVID, not even the decision yet, and we saw a shift in inbound versus outbound tourism spend towards the kingdoms. Then COVID happened, and then it came back. And that's even before making, let's say, all the necessary regulatory changes and all the announcements. So there is power of diversification that we're witnessing in our GDP numbers, which is not everything, but we're seeing it. Our numbers wouldn't have been this strong if it weren't for these strong decisions, bold decisions. So in the past, I think the first momentum on the Vision 2030, the first wave came from clear, simple to identify decisions that required boldness and courage and leadership. And these were made, and the investments behind them, investments in terms of effort, not just spend and whatnot, led to what we're seeing today. The next wave will require answering some more complex questions that we will confident to arrive at. But the most consistent thing across these two waves and whatever comes later is the importance of enabling the private sector. We want our private sector to be representing 65% of our GDP. Creating this space for the private sector to co-create the transformation journey, co-develop opportunities, and later develop the opportunities and lead in them is important for us to see that shift. This is about institutional capability, it's about institutional clarity, policy predictability, and many other things. So it's important for us to even get some of these trade questions finalized, some of these open competition questions finalized, some of the challenges facing innovation-driven entrepreneurship addressed, so we can see more entrants that come in and shape up and compose the private sector that we need, that we want to lead the economic growth story. And it's also about listening to the private sector. Most of us are here, most of our time, the ministers in Davos, 9 ministers, 20 meetings, almost bilateral meetings, most of them are with the private sector. Back home, most of the ministers work not 9-to-5 jobs and their teams, they work 14, 16-hour jobs, and most of the time they are responding to the private sector or talking to the, it's part of their DNA, it's part of our blueprint to get there, but also we'll get in trouble if we don't respond to them and they listen.
That's always a good incentive. Minister?
5 years ago, Larry gave us some feedback. He said, where's your cloud players? Where's your hyperscalers? So what we have done, we introduced a cloud-first policy. We fixed the tariffs to make sure it's strategic. Fast forward, $10.6 billion have been invested into cloud. Amazon, $5.3 billion, Microsoft, $2.6, Google, $1.5, the rest. For the AI age, we have received also other feedback in closed sessions here in Davos. It was myself, His Excellency Javier and Ibrahim, we were there. They were talking about the need for data sovereignty, and you talked about this earlier in your panel today. They were talking about data free flow. So right now we took some of our pieces of legislation, like the Personal Data Protection Act, like the Freedom of Information Act. We went back to the drawing board and we revamped these legislation. And as a result of that, we are in dialogues right now to take the 300 megawatts we have built for the digital age all the way to a gigawatts plus, not only to serve the kingdom and to the region. And kudos to Alphabet for making the first bet, announcing it in last FII.
Minister, yes.
I want to give an example that really impressed me, and it is strategic thinking about diversifying the economy in the area of tourism. I went to visit Alula. For those who don't know Saudi Arabia, if you're interested in cultural and historic heritage, go there. What impressed me was not just that you have a premier, rich, historically rich location, but how much was done to bring the private sector to offer diverse experience. There is a conference center. Actually, we will be there for a global conference that is so impressive, and it is booked. Why? Because of that thinking ahead, that you need attraction for people to come, you need good environment for them to stay, and you need to create repeat arrivals. And that is all. I honestly, when I went, I didn't know what to expect, and I came out and I thought, great that we decided to open the regional office in Riyadh, because we can create this repeat experience for policymakers on that basis. So it is very real. You know, when people talk about transforming countries, they can genuinely look at Saudi Arabia as a good example of transformation.
I spoke at this panel for a few times, and as I was preparing for this panel, thinking about the change over the last 5 years, I mean, my thoughts are different than my conversation that I had even 5 years ago. And for those who have not been to the kingdom, you should see the trend. You would be overwhelmingly surprised. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to enlighten more of our private investors who we're working with alongside with BlackRock to see the opportunity to invest. And I think there's going to be a very great opportunity for more investors to be focusing on the opportunities within the kingdom, within the region. And as I said, this is a growth area. And, you know, the one thing that as investors that we historically have feared when we invested not in the most safe parts of the world, we always worried about rule of law. And we've seen in some places where it hasn't been consistent. I could tell you from our experiences as investors, I could tell you experiences by being there, this is one thing that I think is truly preserved within the kingdom, the rule of law. And as investors, as more investors understand that more capital will be coming into the kingdom and throughout the region. And I would also say as a neighborhood gets safer, more and more tourists are going to be coming and more opportunities. And I look at the neighborhood, it's a pretty fine neighborhood.
And we'll talk about geopolitics in a second, but Mr. Al-Jadaan, I want to also ask you about, because I know we have some very sophisticated investors that are also watching. What's your expectations for this year in terms of FDI? Are you going to sell more stakes in companies? And actually, what are the projects that you're expecting to tweak when it comes to Vision 2030?
First of all, I think 25 is going to be a positive year, despite all the noise that you hear globally. I think we are focused, and as His Excellency said, we are expecting very healthy growth in the non-oil GDP. We have moved for the last few years from the one-year budget, the three-year budget, to now actually a longer-term fiscal planning. And we know actually what is our fiscal space and what we are going to spend, what our priorities are. But at the same time, I've said this, I repeat it, we don't have egos. We are willing to change depending on circumstances, and we will continue to do that. We will prioritize what matters. We will prioritize based on circumstances that could take place around the world. But we are very confident that our key North Star is what is driving us. And you know, the tools can change, the means can change. It's really that North Star that we are looking forward to.
Since we are paid to identify risks, I can tell you that a year ago, one thing that we were concerned about in Saudi Arabia is the country biting more than it can chew in terms of large-scale investment projects. Mm-hmm. And then, as we just heard, we realized that the kingdom is going to course correct as necessary. There would be no sticking to the fiscal commitment if there is a need to change. And I can say the same we see in terms of price of oil. Full recognition that price of oil continues to be a variable for Saudi Arabia that needs to be monitored. And openness, there is no throwing dust in your eyes, and that is remarkable. Yes?
So I just want to add on, when Vision 2030 started, we didn't imagine that we would be hosting the world twice in 4 years, an expo in 2030, and so naturally you have to reprioritize, adjust. And I think it's a balance between the clarity that long-term planning and today fiscal planning 7 years onwards gives, but also maintaining the muscle of agility to respond to changes.
I was going to ask you, Minister, actually, what surprised you the most about resilience in the Saudi economy over the last 3 to 4 years?
I think if you look at COVID specifically, we probably mentioned this before, the institutional capabilities that were just the seeds were planted in the beginning of Vision 2030, how it performed in COVID-19 for a year plus, very seamlessly, whether it was the His Royal Highness and supported by His Excellency's decision to kind of plug in the infrastructure needed for virtual meetings, like as if he knew about COVID-19 ahead of time, but it worked seamlessly. Teams worked tireless sleepless nights almost. And I want to actually use this maybe as to double down on what Kristalina said. Within the government, within Saudi, the culture between ministers, and His Excellency mentioned this in public before, shifted. People today are comfortable critiquing each other because we're all seeking doing things better, and people accept it. And I wonder, because of what you said, if governments also did that, not just through multilateral platforms or bilaterally, but very collegially and very openly and friendly, because we're seeking improving our performance. Maybe we'd be in a different
Can I just add to that? Yeah. I mean, I've never seen a government that is more collaborative. And they actually like each other. It's really fun to be around. And I mean that. I mean, I get to travel around a lot, talk to a lot of people. It is one of those pleasures of my career of having dinners with many of the ministers, and the collaborativeness, the team spirit. They all have the same positive mission, and they believe to the bottom of their soul in their mission. And that elevates an economy.
I couldn't agree more. It's about the fundamentals, consistency, and having that drive and passion that drives progress. We've been consistent. Government should be in the business of no business. We've heard you loud and clear. We need to double down on regulation, from red tape to red carpet, infrastructure, and talent. How have we done in the past 5 years? According to the UN, we're #1 in digital skills. We've jumped from 150,000 tech force to 381,000. If you put us in the EU zone, we'll be the 5th largest tech force in Europe. We're actually right now at par with the Silicon Valley. This is, mind you, in 5 to 7 years, and hence His Royal Highness have coined the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as the most successful reform story of the 21st century. Let's talk about other fundamentals. Infrastructure. You spoke about COVID and how we handled it. We were ranked #2 by the UN in terms of readiness and digital competitiveness. And the European Center for Digital Competitiveness ranked us #1 and #2 consecutively post-COVID. Let's talk about the AI age. We're doubling down on the same thing. Regulation. His Excellency, with support of His Royal Highness, talked about the reform, the data embassy and so forth. Talent. We need right now to transform that 381,000 tech force into data scientists, engineers, to fuel the next wave of entrepreneurship.
Minister, what do you wish you'd do better?
A few things. One is prioritization. And His Excellency spoke about this in a number of sessions. I believe two things: prioritization and doing a better job of solving for what I call perspective versus perception. One thing that we don't do well is enough communication to appreciate that the kingdom is undergoing a huge transformation within a clear investment thesis. Oil-based economy, innovation-based economy. And there are 3 levers. You have low-end disruption, so naturally you will see tourism and unlock 130 million tourists coming into place. Sustaining innovation, smart cities, quality of life, and new market disruption. And these moonshots, similar to the Apollo mission, to the other missions, we need to be patient, and it's multi-decade.
Minister, in terms of geopolitics, I mean, this was a huge setback, actually, just when Saudi Arabia was trying to normalize relationship with Israel. How do you see this playing out, and how much does it weigh on investors' mind?
2 things. One is we are not in a rush, really, to normalize. There are prerequisites, and if these prerequisites takes place, then yes, we are. We are after peace, and I think peace brings prosperity, no matter who the region is. But we are also not going to ignore the fact that Palestinian people deserve a better future, and we need to make sure that we have an irrevocable path towards a 2-state solution. And if that happens, absolutely.
Does that bring with that a lot more investment, or
absolutely.
Is it one of the biggest questions
I think it will bring this region and any other region. Peace will bring prosperity. And I've said this repeatedly, and I think whether it is in this region or somewhere else, actually peace and prosperity are indispensable. You cannot separate the two. Right. 2 nations in a war will not have peace and prosperity if one of them doesn't. Okay? So we are working with our partners and the region and beyond to make sure that we deliver that. And we are patient, but also we want to push, and we want the international community to push.
Larry?
What's the question for me?
The question is, as an investor, and you look at the Middle East, I mean, are there questions because of geopolitics, and you don't really know what happens next? And
Yeah, I mean, first of all, none of this is our money. $11.6 trillion we're investing on behalf of clients, and we have views, and we try to direct clients' money, but mostly clients direct where their money wants to go. We're seeing more and more money being directed into the whole GCC region, into the kingdom. And we do have money invested in Israel, and we have money invested in all the areas. I mean, the reality is, as the minister spoke, peace will bring much more investment. We all know that. That is just an outright fact. Peace would bring more tourism, and obviously, peace is going to bring a lot more prosperity and smiles. But the reality is, more money is coming into the region than ever before. And the opportunity is just as great today as any time in my financial life.
If I may, I think just to clarify also, it is very critically important that we do not look at the Middle East and the MENA region as one region.
Yes.
I mean, it's actually almost three regions. You have the GCC, largely.
That's right.
That are prospering, they're reforming, taking the right decisions and making the right decisions and moving ahead. You have the middle-income countries who are struggling but are trying to do the right things, and we are trying to support them, and you have the fragile states. So, but GCC alone is a bright spot that is now, actually, if you ask around Davos, they don't look at it as the Middle East with all the trouble around it. They look at GCC as actually...
And I would say that as an investor, that's exactly how investors are looking at it. They look at the GCC as a singular region, and we should all be talking about that. We should not be denying the other issues that are being around, but if you're thinking about where can you attract, good long-term returns with opportunities, the GCC region is one of those growth areas with a lot of opportunities, and the kingdom is a major component. It's a leading country in the region.
I'd say also on the GCC countries, two things. All GCC countries today are thinking and acting in a structured long-term fashion with a long view, and everyone is prioritizing what's best for the people. And it's long-term, and I feel it's only getting started. Vision 2030 is on track, gaining momentum, but the job is not done. We're still in the middle of a long-term restructuring of our economy that has an impact on the rest of the region, and I think is giving hope to the rest of the region, as we see.
If you look at the global economy, $10-ish trillion, digital economy, $16 trillion. Look at the GCC. We should be easily 6 to 7% points of that, whether you're talking digital economy or overall economy. And hence, everything is upside. Whatever you do, the few unlocks that we could do, regulatory with consistency, infrastructure, and talent, is paying dividends. We've grown, just as a proxy, in the past 7 years with 7 unicorns, 7 more to come in the pipeline.
Kristen? I see for GCC very sound future because of the commonality of views. Countries are not the same, but the direction is the same. I see very important role for GCC countries to stabilize the rest of the region, and there is massive engagement when I think about Egypt. I cannot think about Egypt without the role that the Saudis, the Emirates are playing. Lebanon is now finally having a president and prime minister that we can work with. I can tell you I count on that same engagement. And what I also see is that maturity of judgment, that finding partners to work in the most difficult places really matters. We haven't mentioned that, but during COVID, Saudi Arabia hosted the G20. They had to switch from in-person to online. And during COVID, Saudi Arabia took the lead on debt service suspension with the fund and the bank on the common framework. And that kind of initiative for stability and prosperity that goes in the direction of trouble, that trouble still exists, you were asking what more we want. From where I sit, I really enjoy having more of that.
We have to wrap up, but Minister, I just want to give you a final word. It feels like 2025 will be pivotal, but Saudi Arabia is ready. Is that how you would describe it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think we count on our people. I think we have an incredible, and I'm not saying it to really sell, I really believe it. I am very proud of our youth. I'm very proud of how the government works. I'm very proud of how dedicated the private sector, and I think that's what would make the change. And we have a leadership who are committed, working harder than what we are working, as His Excellency Faisal said. And we have no excuse.
Thank you so much for a great panel. Thank you.
Mr. President,
hello.
What great honor, and pleasure to welcome you back to the Davos community. Just 4 days into your new mandate, we highly appreciate your presence with us today. We wish you all the best as you take on your critical work ahead. The global challenges we face today are monumental. The importance of American leadership and your personal leadership in this regard is fundamental and paramount. We are here to hear your vision and policies related to revitalizing the economy and addressing the global challenges. As you might expect, Mr. President, your return to office and your forthcoming policies have been at the focus of our discussions this week. The discussions among 3,000 political and business leaders from over 130 countries who came together here in Davos. We look forward to hearing first from you and then to the follow-up discussion with business leaders, moderated by my colleague Børge Brende. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Klaus, and hello to everyone in beautiful Davos. This has been a truly historic week in the United States. 3 days ago, I took the oath of office, and we began the golden age of America. The recent presidential election was won by millions of votes, and all seven, every one of them, all seven swing states. It was a massive mandate from the American people like hasn't been seen in many years, and some of the political pundits, even some of my so-called enemies, said it was the most consequential election victory in 129 years. That's quite nice. What the world has witnessed in the past 72 hours is nothing less than a revolution of common sense. Our country will soon be stronger, wealthier, and more united than ever before, and the entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do. My administration is acting with unprecedented speed to fix the disasters we've inherited from a totally inept group of people and to solve every single crisis facing our country. This begins with confronting the economic chaos caused by the failed policies of the last administration. Over the past 4 years, our government racked up $8 trillion in wasteful deficit spending and inflicted nation-wrecking energy restrictions, crippling regulations, and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind went through the roof. President Biden totally lost control of what was going on in our country, but in particular with our high inflation economy and at our border. Because of these ruinous policies, total government spending this year is $1.5 trillion higher than was projected to occur when I left office just 4 years ago. Likewise, the cost of servicing the debt is more than 230% higher than was projected in 2020. The inflation rate we are inheriting remains 50% higher than the historic target. It was the highest inflation probably in the history of our country. That's why from the moment I took office, I've taken rapid action to reverse each and every one of these radical left policies that created this calamity, in particular with immigration, crime, and inflation. On day one, I signed an executive order directing every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and reduce the cost of daily life. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze, and I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Deal, I call it the Green New Scam, withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and ended the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate. We're going to let people buy the car they want to buy. I declared a national energy emergency, and that's so important, national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we're going to use it. Not only will this reduce the cost of virtually all goods and services, it'll make the United States a manufacturing superpower and the world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in history, far exceeding even the record-setting efforts of my last term. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulatory costs on the average American household over the last 4 years. I have promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families. To further unleash our economy, our majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and family, and big tax cuts for domestic producers and manufacturers. And we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as you probably know, by just reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. Already Americans' economic, you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're all gathered together, so many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election, it was just announced that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions of investment in America, in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America, but I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us. All over, the progress that you're seeing is happening because of our historic victory in a recent presidential election, one that has become quite well known throughout the world. I think a lot of things are happening to a lot of countries. They say that there's light shining all over the world since the election, and even countries that we aren't particularly friendly with are happy because they understand what there is a future and how great the future will be. Under our leadership, America is back and open for business. And this week, I'm also taking swift action to stop the invasion at our southern border. They allowed people to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It was ridiculous. I decided and declared to do, and very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border, immediately halted all entry of illegal border crossers, of which there were many, and began promptly returning the illegal trespassers back to the place from which they came. That action, as you've probably seen, has already started very strongly. I've deployed active duty U.S. military and National Guard troops to the border to assist in repelling the invasion. It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong and sovereign and a beautiful nation. Once again, it's a strong, sovereign nation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation. which are the favorite words of censors and those who wish to stop the free exchange of ideas and, frankly, progress. We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. With another order this week, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against the American people and, frankly, against politicians, and restored the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense, and these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country. You have to hear that word, merit-based country. And I've made it official, an official policy of the United States, that there are only two genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely. Finally, as we restore common sense in America, we're moving quickly to bring back strength and peace and stability abroad. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, which is what it should have been years ago. It was only at 2%, and most nations didn't pay until I came along. I insisted that they pay, and they did, because the United States was really paying the difference at that time, and it was unfair to the United States. But many, many things have been unfair for many years to the United States. Before even taking office, my team negotiated a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East, which wouldn't have happened without us, as I think most of the people in the room know. Earlier this week, the hostages began to return to their families. They are returning, and it's a beautiful sight, and they'll be coming in more and more. They started coming back on Sunday. Our efforts to secure a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine are now hopefully underway. It's so important to get that done. That is an absolute killing field. Millions of soldiers are being killed. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. They're laying dead all over the flat fields. It's a flat field farmland, and there's millions of Russians and millions of Ukrainians. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's time to end it. And here in America, we have big events coming up. Next year, we have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. I'm so honored to be president during that. That's been a big event. They've been talking about it for 10 years. We also have the World Cup. And I understand Gianni's in the room. Infantino, he was very instrumental in helping us get it. He's there with you someplace, I think. And I want to thank him for that. And then we have the Olympics coming up, which I was instrumental in getting also in my first term. And who would have known that by skipping a term, I would get the Olympics? I was upset. I said, you know, I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president. But it turned out through a stroke of luck, or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World Cup and the Olympics and the 250th anniversary. So that's going to be three big events. And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years. And we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see, and the spirit and the light over our country has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly, but we're going to bring it back and make it greater, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself, except the inauguration was 2 days ago. I thought it might be a little bit quick to make it the first stop. But we'll get there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate, I heard the audience is fantastic, and many of my friends are in the audience. And I will be taking questions now from some very distinguished people. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very powerful speech. And I think you could hear the applause all the way from Davos to the White House. But next year it will be even better, because then you can get the applause here in Davos. So we wish you welcome to our village next year. We hope to see you.
Thank you very much.
So We also know, Mr. President, that you open up for interaction here. We have a great panel with some of the most distinguished business people in the world. Let me start with someone that you know really well, that I think is almost a neighbor of you in Florida. Mr. Steve Schwarzman, Chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Blackstone Group. So, Steve, floor is yours.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia will be really glad you gave this speech today. You've had the busiest 4 days that anybody can imagine, and congratulations for that. My question is about some of the things I've observed here at Davos. It's a terrific forum. I've met lots of people, as usual. I think I've been here 30 years. And a lot of the European business people have expressed enormous frustration with the regulatory regime in the EU, and they attribute slower growth rates here because of the numerous factors, but especially because of regulations. And you've taken a completely different approach in this area. And if you could explain the theory of what you're doing, how you're going to do it, and what you expect the outcome to be, I'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations, Steve. You're a friend of mine, but on a great career. You have had an amazing career, and it continues. I just want to congratulate you. Very inspirational to a lot of people. I want to talk about the EU, because you mentioned specifically that I've also had a lot of friends and leaders of countries. I've gotten to know them all my first term and a little bit during this period of 4 years, and know them well, like them a lot, but they're very frustrated because of the time everything seems to take to get approved, environmental impact statements for things that you shouldn't even have to do that, and many, many other ways that it takes. And I'm going to give you a quick little example. In the private life, my beautiful private life, before I had all these things happening, the world is a little different. I had a nice, simple life. You knew that. But when I had that simple life, I did projects. And I had a big project in Ireland. And it had to get approval on something that would have made it even better. And I got the approval from Ireland in a period of a week. And it was a very, very efficient, good approval. And they informed me, though, the problem is you're going to have to get it from the EU, and we think that'll take 5 to 6 years. And they said, you have to be kidding. And this was before politics. And I said, wait a minute, it's not that important. I don't want to go 5 or 6 years, but it would have been a big investment. It would have been nice, and it would have been good for the project. And I sent the people to the EU to see if they could speed it up, and basically it was a 5 or 6 year wait just to get a simple approval that Ireland gave me in a period of literally not much more than a week. And I realized right then, that was the first time I really was involved with the EU, but I realized right then that's a problem, and I didn't even bother applying to do it. Or if I did, I pulled it very quickly. I have to be very accurate because I don't want to be criticized. He did apply, actually. No, I want to be very accurate. So I don't think I did, but if I did, I pulled it very quickly. It was just something you couldn't wait 5 years or 6 years to get an approval. So a lot of, in a very big business sense, a lot of people are claiming that's the problem. From the standpoint of America, the EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly. They have a large tax that we know about, and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial one. They don't take essentially don't take our farm products, and they don't take our cars, yet they send cars to us by the millions. They put tariffs on things that we want to do. Like, for instance, I think they actually, in terms of these are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad, and they make it very difficult to bring products into Europe, and yet they expect to be selling, and they do sell their products in the United States. So we have, hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits with the EU, and nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. So I think the EU has to speed up their process. Friends of mine that are in some of the nations within the EU, great people, they want to be able to compete better, and you can't compete when you can't go through the approval process fast. There's no reason why it can't go faster. So, I'm trying to be constructive because I love Europe. I love the countries of Europe, but the process is a very cumbersome one, and they do treat the United States of America very, very unfairly with the VAT taxes and all of the other taxes they impose. One other, just to finish up, I got a call from the head of a major airline, one of the biggest airlines in the world, and he said, "Sir, could you help us? What? Landing in Europe is brutal. They charge us fees for everything, and it's so unfair." I said, "How does it compare to China?" He said, it's much worse. And the other thing, as you know, they took court cases with Apple, and they supposedly won a case that most people didn't think was much of a case. They won 15 or 16 billion from Apple. They won billions from Google. I think they're after Facebook for billions and billions. These are American companies, whether you like them or not. They're American companies, and they shouldn't be doing that. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a form of taxation. So we have some very big complaints with the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'll now go to one of your friends in the EU, Patrick Pouyanné. He's the chairman CEO of Total Energies. I guess you have a question ready, Patrick, for the president.
Mr. President, as we understand, energy is at the top of your agenda, and it's an honor for me to represent the energy industry tonight. In this panel, Total Energies is indeed the fourth largest oil and gas and electricity company in the world. I will not ask you a question about the oil price. It's quite clear what you expect from us. I will go to gas more. And our company is the largest #1 exporter LNG from the US company. We are a strong contributor to, and we invest in a mammoth LNG projects in Texas, $20 billion. It's far from 200, but it's $20 billion. And we contribute with that to security of supply to Europe, as we export this LNG to Europe. Some experts fear that if there are too many projects developed in the US on LNG, this could have an inflationary impact on the US domestic gas price. And they recommend a pause on these projects. I would ask you the following question. What are your views about such a pause on investments on LNG in the US? What would happen if you would observe an increased domestic gas price because of these exports? And final question, which is important for Europe, would you agree to guarantee security of supply of US LNG to Europe?
Well, on the last part of your question, yes, I would. I would make sure that you get it. If we make a deal, we make a deal, you'll get it. Because a lot of people do have that problem. They make a deal and then it can't get supplied because of war-type problems and other problems. So we would absolutely do that. LNG is very interesting because when I took office for the first term, one of the first things I looked at was there were two very massive plants in Louisiana, a state that has been very good to me, won it by many, many points. And I felt strongly indebted to it, actually. And they said there are two plants that have been under environmental consideration for more than 10 years. And they were costing, as you say, you know how expensive those plants are, but they were costing like 12 billion and I think 14 or 15 billion, but they couldn't get their permits. They were in review for years, many, many years, like a decade or more. And I said, so ridiculous. I know so much about that because in the construction industry, I had to go through it too, but I got good at it after a while. But I saw the projects, and you're talking about a total investment of 25 to $30 billion, and it looked like it was going to end. They couldn't get their permits, and I got them done in less than a week. It was done, completed. In fact, when they called them to announce that it was done, the countries, largely countries, Japan was involved and another country and some very big investors, they couldn't believe it. They actually couldn't believe it. And I said, just do yourself one favor. Don't pay any consultants, because the only one that got it done was me. I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and for the world, but the consultants had nothing to do with it. You know, the consultants go in and they say, give us millions of dollars because Trump did it. Nobody called me about it. I just heard it was a problem for years. And I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and the right thing to do for beyond. It had to do with energy, very important. So I think it's very important. I think I disagree with one. I think the more that you do, the lower the price is going to go. And what I'd like to see is rapid approvals. We're going to give very rapid approvals in the United States, like with the AI plants, talking to many people want to build them. That's going to be a very big thing. We're going to build electric generating facilities. They are going to build. I'm going to get them the approval. Under emergency declaration, I can get the approvals done myself without having to go through years of waiting. And the big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States. Can you imagine? For AI to really be as big as we want to have it, because it's a very competitive, it'll be very competitive with China and others. So I'm going to give emergency declarations so that they can start building them almost immediately. And I think it was largely my idea because nobody thought this was possible. It wasn't that they were not smart, because they're the smartest, but I told them that what I want you to do is build your electric generating plant right next to your plant as a separate building, connected. And they said, wow, you're kidding. And I said, no, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and, could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity. So we are going to allow them to go on a very rapid basis to build their plant, build the electric generating plant. They can fuel it with anything they want, and they may have coal as a backup, good, clean coal, If there were a problem with a pipe coming in, as an example, you're going with gas, oil or gas, and a pipe gets blown up or for some reason doesn't work, there are some companies in the U.S. that have coal sitting right by the plant so that if there's an emergency, they can go to that short-term basis and use our very clean coal. So that's something else that a lot of people didn't even know about, but nothing can destroy coal, not the weather, not a bomb, nothing. It might make it a little smaller, might make it a little different shape, but coal is very strong as a backup. It's a great backup to have that facility, and it wouldn't cost much more money. And we have more coal than anybody. We also have more oil and gas than anybody. So we're going to make it so that the plants will have their own electric generating facilities attached right to their plant. They don't have to worry about a utility. They don't have to worry about anything. And we're going to get very rapid approvals.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. We'll now go to another CEO that you know very well, Brian Moynihan, the CEO and Chair of Bank of America.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and congratulations, and obviously an eventful week for you and your family. If you remember 5 years ago, you came here and we walked among 150 CEOs from all over the world, and you engaged with them about your policies and your procedures. This year you're not here, and yet this week was eventful from the orders that you mentioned earlier, literally a wave of orders coming out on immigration, on trade, and many other matters. And so as a representative of the United States here, we got a lot of questions about what does all this mean and how would the president square this with his clear focus on growth, prosperity, market growth, stock market growth, a good bond market, in bringing down prices. So how do you think about the impact of all these orders and how fast they come out, and how you're going to balance them with that scorecard of being successful in both continuing GDP growth, bringing down inflation, and also having a good stock price appreciation for the American citizen?
Well, I think it's going to actually bring down inflation. It's going to bring up jobs. We're going to have a lot of jobs. We're going to have a lot of companies moving in. You know, Brian, we're at 21%. It was at 40%, and I got it down to 21%, the corporate tax. And it was actually, if you look at state and city, it was in many cases much higher than 40%. I got it down to 21%. And now we're going to bring it down from 21 to 15% if, there's a big if you make your product in the U.S. So we're going to have the lowest, just about the lowest rate. It'll be, the 21 is on the low side worldwide. The 15 is about as low as it gets. And by far the lowest of a large country, a large, you know, rich, powerful country, by far, not even a contest. So we're going to bring it down to 15% if you make your product in the USA. So that's going to create a tremendous buzz. We're also probably going back to the one-year deduction where we deduct, you know, we did that originally, and that was amazing what the impact that had, the one-year deduction, which built up over a period of time, and then it expires. But we're going to go back to that when we do the renewal of the Trump tax plan. We have to get Democrats to approve it. But, you know, if the Democrats didn't approve it, I don't know how they can survive with about a 45% tax increase, because that's what it would be. And so I think they're going to be. We've been working along with them pretty well. I think it's very hard for a political group to say, let's charge people 45% more. So I think we're in good shape, but we're actually doing a reduction for business and small businesses where you're going to bring it down to 15%, which is really something. And by the way, speaking of you, and you've done a fantastic job, but I hope you start opening your bank to conservatives, because many conservatives complain that the banks are not allowing them to do business within the bank, and that included a place called Bank of America. They don't take conservative business. And I don't know if the regulators mandated that because of Biden or what, but you and Jamie and everybody, I hope you're going to open your banks to conservatives, because what you're doing is wrong.
Mr. President, I'll say that your friend Gianni said hello, told me to tell you hello, and we look forward to sponsoring the World Cup when it comes, both this summer for the club and next year. So thank you for getting that for the United States.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now go to Ana Butin. She's the executive chairman of Banco Santander, one of the big European banks, and also in the U.S. So, Ana.
Mr. President, congratulations on a historic victory. I believe you don't know me as well as my fellow panelists, so a few words. Santander is one of the largest banks in the world by number of customers, 170 million. That's more than my friend Brian or my friend Jamie have. And those...
They fix the regulation.
That's coming, that's coming.
That was cheeky.
We're a big investor in the United States. We have many million customers, 12,000 employees. We're one of the largest auto lenders. And we recently launched a fully digital bank called Open Bank. We strongly believe banks have a pivotal role in the economy, and we can accelerate growth and help many more customers. That's what we're doing in the United States. So, as Brian pointed out, we very much welcome your focus on deregulation and reducing bureaucracy. So my question is, what are your priorities in this regard, and how fast is this going to happen? Thank you very much.
I think it's going to, thank you and congratulations. I know very much about your bank, and you've done a fantastic job. Congratulations. We are going to move very quickly. We've moved very quickly. We've done things in the last 3 days that nobody thought were possible to do in years. And it's all taking effect. It's going to have a huge impact on the economy, a huge positive impact. Money was being wasted on crazy things. I mean, the Green New Deal was such a total disgrace, how that was perpetrated. And it was conceived of by people that were average students, less than average students, I might add, and never even took a course in energy or the environment. It was just a game. Remember, the world was going to end in 12 years? Remember that? Well, the 12 years has come and gone. It was going to end. It was going to all foam into earth. But, you know, the time has come. These people, and they really scared the Democrats large. I can't say the Republicans. The Republicans maybe could have fought harder to stop it, but it's been a tremendous waste of money. You know, during my 4 years, we had the cleanest air, we had the cleanest water, and yet we had the most productive economy in the history of our country. We had the most productive economy until COVID came. We had the most productive in the history of our country by far, and actually, you can look worldwide. We were beating everybody from China to everybody else. So, and we think we really now, with what we have learned and all of the other things that have taken place, we think we can even far surpass that, actually far, far surpass it. But we do, one thing we're going to be demanding is we're going to be demanding respect from other nations. Canada, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. We're not going to have that anymore. We can't do it. I don't know if it's good for them. As you probably know, I say you can always become a state. And if you're a state, we won't have a deficit. We won't have to tariff you, et cetera, et cetera. But Canada has been very tough to deal with over the years, and it's not fair that we should have a $200 billion or $250 billion deficit. We don't need them to make our cars, and they make a lot of them. We don't need their lumber because we have our own forests, et cetera, et cetera. We don't need their oil and gas. We have more than anybody. So, you know, just as an example, with Mexico, we're dealing with Mexico, I think, very well. And we're just, you know, we just want to be treated fairly with other nations because there's hardly a nation in the world, and I blame this on us, and I blame it on politicians that, for some reason, mostly it's stupidity, but you could also say other reasons, but mostly stupidity. They've allowed other nations to take advantage of the U.S., and we can't allow that to happen anymore. You know, we have debt. It's a very small debt when you compare it to the value of the assets that we have, but we don't want to do that. We want to just have debt be obliterated, and we'll be able to do that fairly rapidly. And a lot of good things are going to happen. And honestly, good things are going to happen for the world, and good things are going to happen for the people that are dealing with us, allies and beyond allies. One thing very important, I really would like to be able to meet with President Putin soon and get that war ended. And that's not from the standpoint of economy or anything else. It's from the standpoint of millions of lives are being wasted. Beautiful young people are being shot in the battlefield. You know, the bullet, very flat land, as I said, and the bullet goes, there's no hiding. And a bullet, the only thing going to stop the bullet is a human body. And you have to see, I've seen pictures of what's taken place. It's a carnage, and we really have to stop that war. That war is horrible. And I'm not talking economy. I'm not talking economics. I'm not talking about natural resource. I'm just talking about there's so many young people being killed in this war, and that's not including the people that have been killed as the cities are being, you know, knocked down building by building. So we really should get that stopped. Likewise, in the Middle East, I think we've made a lot of progress in the Middle East, and I think that's gonna come along pretty well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know that the most consequential relationship in the world is between the U.S. and China. U.S. 28% of the global economy, China close to 20%. That's almost half of the global GDP. And we know that you called President Xi Jinping last Friday. We heard that you had a good discussion. How do you see the relationship between the U.S. and China in the next 4 years under your leadership?
He called me, but I see it very good. I think that we're going to have a very good relationship. All we want is fairness. We just want a level playing field. We don't want to take advantage. We've been having massive deficits with China. Biden allowed it to get out of hand. He's $1.1 trillion deficit. It's ridiculous. And it's just an unfair relationship. And we have to make it just fair. We don't have to make it phenomenal. We have to make it a fair relationship. Right now, it's not a fair relationship. The deficit is massive, as it is with other countries, a lot of Asian countries, actually. But we have deficits that are very big, and we can't keep doing that, so we're not going to keep doing that. But I like President Xi very much. I've always liked him. We always had a very good relationship. It was very strained with COVID coming out of Wuhan. Obviously, that strained it. I'm sure it strained it with a lot of people, but that strained our relationship. But we always had a great relationship, I would say, and we look forward to doing very well with China and getting along with China. Hopefully, China can help us stop the war with, in particular, Russia, Ukraine. They have a great deal of power over that situation, and we'll work with them. And I mentioned that during our phone conversation with President Xi, and hopefully we could work together and get that stopped. We'd like to see denuclearization. In fact, with President Putin, prior to an election result, which was frankly ridiculous, we were talking about denuclearization of our two countries, and China would have come along. China has a much smaller, right now, nuclear armament than us, or field than us, but they're going to be catching it at some point over the next 4 or 5 years. And I will tell you that President Putin really liked the idea of cutting way back on nuclear, and I think the rest of the world, we would have gotten them to follow, and China would have come along too. China also liked it. Tremendous amounts of money are being spent on nuclear, and the destructive capability is something that we don't even want to talk about today because you don't want to hear it. It's too depressing. So we want to see if we can denuclearize, and I think that's very possible. And I can tell you that President Putin wanted to do it. He and I wanted to do it. We had a good conversation with China. They would have been involved, and that would have been an unbelievable thing for the planet.
Mr. President, when you're back here in Davos next year, will there be then a peace agreement with Ukraine and Russia by then?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russia. Ukraine is ready to make a deal. Just so you understand, this is a war that should have never started. If I were president, it would never have started. This is a war that should have never, ever been started. And it wasn't started during there was never even talk about it. I knew that it was the apple of President Putin's eye, but I also knew that there was no way he was going in, and he wasn't going to go in. And then when I was out, bad things happened, bad things were said, a lot of stupidity all around, and you end up with what you have. Now you have all these bombed out cities. They look like demolition sites with many people killed. I think the thing that you'll see about Ukraine is that far more people have died than is being reported. And I've seen that. But far, far more people have died. When you look at a city that's become a demolition site where big buildings have been collapsed by missiles hitting them and everything else, and they say one person was slightly injured. No, many people were killed. Those are big buildings. I was surprised at how that was my business. These are buildings that go 2 and 3 blocks long. They're 20 stories high. They're big, powerful buildings, and they were knocked down, and there were a lot of people in those buildings that announced that 2 people were injured. That's not true. So I think you're going to find that there were many more people killed in Ukraine in the Ukraine war than anybody has any idea. But if you look now, so many of the people being killed are soldiers just facing each other with guns, rifles, and drones, the new form of warfare, drones. And it's a very sad thing to see. And when you see pictures of the fields that I see, nobody wants to see it. You'll never be the same.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, on behalf of all the 3,000 participants here in Davos. We really underline that joining us the third day in your presidency, live taking questions here is so appreciated, and we are already ready for receiving you next year in person. So thank you very much, and all the best from Davos.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to say that. I mean, I've something.
He's worked with the greatest musicians around the world. I would actually say he is the greatest living music producer in the world. And he's an incredible composer. I mean, he wrote We Are Family. So anyone who writes that, that's become the global anthem of our time right now. So, and he's an extraordinary activist himself. So please give him a round of applause. All right, let's just get to it. Enough talking from me. Let's hear from my special friends. First, they all won the Crystal Award. Now, the Crystal Award in Davos means that you're artists, but you're activists at the same time. But to drive positive change, first you need to be effective with the human condition. And you are all masters of the human condition in very different ways. I would like, Charmaine, sorry to pick on you first, but I would like you to talk about human connection, because in your films, I think what moves us to our core is this extraordinary level of compassion that you drive through your art. Can you just talk about how important that is to you?
I think film was a medium that I chose, or film chose me. And it came from when I was 13 years old. I was sitting on a dinner table with an aunt. I am the eldest of, at that time, 5 children, all of them girls. And my aunt looked at my mother and said, "I feel so sorry for you, you have 5 daughters." And at that moment in time, I knew that the world was not equal, and that I would spend the rest of my life making sure that I could create something that would evoke empathy, force people to walk in other people's shoes, and see the world through the eyes of those they think are different. And in that became, how do I tell stories? What medium do I use? How do I make sure that when a mother is watching a film, she sees the woman on screen as a mother, not someone with a different color, not someone who lives halfway across the world, not someone with a different language, but a mother. Or a child sees another child as his equal. And that has been my life's work. And so when I tell a story, I look at the characters whose stories I want to tell. I want to find the common thread that binds everyone. So if you watch my films, you'll see in my line of questioning and in the way the story always plays out, people see a reflection of themselves in situations and in people. And in doing so, I hope that I can open up people's eyes, because we are all born equal. We all go 6 feet under the ground. And the time that we spend here, we must realize that, that we have to amplify each other and work off each other. And if my films can do that, if they can force you to see a reflection of yourself and continue to look at that reflection and not avert your eyes, then I have done my job.
Mm-hmm. All right, now I'm going to push you a bit.
As you always do.
I want you to go a bit deeper with this, because this is artist to artist, and we see things differently. Talk to me about, there's a human connection that you feel when you're in the presence of someone, when you're in the middle of making a film. And somehow that translates or is transferred into your film. But there's a moment when someone's soul opens up to you. You kind of tap into someone's frequency. And it's the most magical feeling when an artist does that with somebody else. Can you talk about what that feels like to you, and how do you know when to recognize it? And when you're editing afterwards, how do you know that that is the moment, that's the historic moment that everyone is going to understand, because it's a universal human moment? What happens then?
I spend a lot of time with people without the camera, just spending time with them, having them understand who I am, and making them understand who they are. You know, I say that filmmakers, they can get people to say things that people have never admitted even to themselves. It is almost as if they're confessing to themselves about their lives and what they have gone through. You open up the inner sanctum of someone. And that is why the bond between the person who is filming and the person who they're filming has to be so strong, because that person has to believe that when they show them this side, when they show themselves and open themselves up truly to the core, that there will be no judgment. There will be an embrace. That in that embrace, that story will come out. And I will tell you, I remember, throughout my career, whether I've been in war zones or whether I've been in a quiet situation, I have known that the key has gone in, click, and the lock has opened. I know at that moment when that happens, because I can see through the journey of that film when that person is willing to relinquish control. Relinquishing control is what we filmmakers do when we film. And it's only when you relinquish control is when you show someone who you truly are.
But Charmaine, there's something special about you, because you're one of the special directors who understands that if someone opens up and trusts you with their humanity, and in many cases they have so little to give, they've been robbed of everything. Sometimes the only thing they have is their story, and they dare to trust you with that story. But you're one of the special people that carries the responsibility after they've done that to make sure that it's treated with respect and it reaches the public in an appropriate, respectful way. And there are so many people I've met who did manage sometimes to open the key, open the door, but they didn't always follow the story through all the way so it lands properly and does, pays the subject great respect. And you're one of the special ones who make sure that all the way to the end of the scale in the media and how we absorb these stories is done appropriately.
That's because I don't see myself as making just films. I see myself as telling stories that will create a path. So every film that I've ever done has an impact campaign associated with it. The people who I have made films about, as a filmmaker, I can never promise them anything. I can only promise them that in giving their testimony and in bearing witness and in making sure that I can keep their secrets, that in telling of their story, they will be able to find their path. And I think that even without trying, and this, I'm a big believer that the cosmic universe works if you truly put your true heart out there, is that almost everyone that I've made a film about that needed something that I couldn't give them, someone else has given them just because they were in that film. And the universe has a way of telling me sometimes when I least expect it. A few months ago, I got an email from a dairy company in Canada, and with a bunch of photographs. And I was like, who's emailing me from a dairy company in Canada? And as I opened in it, it was a photograph of a guy that I had filmed in 2008 on the streets of Damascus in a wheelchair, an Iraqi refugee who had come to protest the fact that the Iraqis were not getting asylum in a fast enough space. There's a photograph of me kneeling down and with him. And because he appeared in the film, he used that to petition UNHCR to get him asylum. There's a photograph of him with a dairy company with his name on it and his 3 grown-up sons.
Wow.
And in it, he's written, "Dear Sharmeen, this is because of you." and I had no way of knowing had he not come back to tell me. So my job is to tell the story. It is people around the world who rally. That's what makes it special.
Told you. Niall, I've stood in Madison Square Garden watching you perform, and and I've danced at parties, probably had too many drinks when I was a student, and had the best time of my life listening to the music that you created. And I've often thought about those moments, and we've all known those moments. You hear a song that you've made, let's just say We Are Family, because that's arguably right now one of the most important songs of your life, and there are so many. But symbolically what that means. Everyone feels this surge of unity, and all of a sudden they forget who they are, do they have money, do they not, all the things that normally divide society, their politics, everything, their gender, their race, their culture, and all of a sudden there's this feeling that unites people. And I've photographed so many of the world's leaders now, and I know that they would all probably cut off their right arm to be able to do that to their audiences, and they can't do that. Tell me what that is, that special spark of unity that you create. And when you hear one of Niles's piece of music, there's a sparkle, there's a kind of harmonic sparkle. It's not just the words, there's a magic to the harmony in it and the rhythm. What is that? Where does it come from, and how do you do it?
So I, very early in my life, and I was trying to become a professional musician, and I looked at the musicians that I liked, the ones that I respected, and they were all great virtuosos and incredible players, and I wanted to pursue that. And I was really young. I was studying with this jazz professor who was just a genius, brilliant genius. And I'm a pretty happy guy. It takes a lot to make me pissed off. It certainly takes a lot for me to show it. But anyway, I was going in for my lesson that one day, and for some reason, I was a little depressed. And he wasn't accustomed to seeing that. He was always accustomed to seeing the happy Nile. I just have to be honest, I was pretending to be depressed. I thought that I would make him like me more if I tried to talk about, my musical virtuosity and my pursuits and this and that and so. And I told him that, I can't believe that tonight I have to play this set list. And it was a set list of popular songs. At the top of that set list was a song called Sugar Sugar by the Archies. Now, I was into Eric Dolphy, John Coltrane, just all these great jazz artists. And he looked at me and he was wondering why I was so depressed. Of course, I was pretending to be depressed, thought I was going to score brownie points with him and say, oh yeah, man, today I was listening to 17 West and I transcribed it and blah, 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 blah. And he says, so Niall, what's wrong? What's wrong, man? What's wrong? And I said, well, look at this bullshit that I got to play to make a living. He says, you're playing music to make a living, right? I said, yeah. What's the bullshit? I said, well, look at this list. First song, the Archies, Sugar Sugar. Yeah, what's wrong though? I said, it goes, honey, do, oh, sugar, sugar. Oh, I see, I'm like digging it now. You are my candy girl, and you got me wanting you. And he looks at me and goes, but what's wrong? And I said, I gotta play this bullshit composition. And he went, Niall, do you know that Sugar Sugar has been #1 for about 3 weeks now? And I said, yeah, but what does that got to do with anything? And he looked at me with bewilderment and he said, so those millions of people who bought Sugar Sugar are wrong, but you, Nile Rodgers, you're right? And I thought to myself, uh-oh, I'm about to get a tongue lashing now. But I didn't quite get it yet. I was still, thought I could win this argument. And then I said, but, what does that got to do with it? This is a bullshit composition. And I'm going to try not to cry, because every time I tell this story, I can picture that moment. I see my tutor, who was a wonderful, wonderful, brilliant man, never had a #1 record in his entire life. He grabbed me by the back of my head. He looked me right in my eyes, and he said, Niall, don't you know that any song, okay, I'm 72, so this is going back in the old days. If you were in the top 40, you probably sold 1 million records, or you were headed to 1 million. And a lot of the songs in the top 40 sold 2 or 3 million. But he said, Niall, don't you understand that any song that's in the top 40, now Sugar Sugar was #1, but any song in the top 40 is a great composition. And I said, Ted, how can you say such a ridiculous thing? He says, because it speaks to the souls of 1 million strangers. And the tears, I just thought to myself at that moment, I said, you just described what an artist is. That's what I want to be. I want to be an artist. Before, I thought an artist was just somebody who could play better than anybody, who was the coolest person, who wore the coolest clothes. No. Who wore the, I had this vision of these people that I idolize, but I didn't realize that. Why did I idolize them? Because they touched my soul. I had never met Eric Dolphy, but he touched my soul. He said, hit records speak to strangers, and that's what artists do. And 2 weeks later, I wrote, everybody dance, do-do-do-do, clap your hands, clap your hands. And that first composition that I did that was a pop song was huge. It changed the whole New York vibe. And then my next song was dance, 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 yowza, yowza, yowza. And then, aw, freak out, do-do-do-do-do, little freak, everybody dance, do-do-do. Oh no, I did that one already. And then I want your love. Then it was, we are family, and do-do-do-do, he's the greatest dancer, oh what, wow. And I just on and on and on and on, Diana Ross, David Bowie, Duran Duran, Madonna, and I realized that I wanted to touch people's souls. However, I didn't want to give up my artistic dignity, if you will. So the harmonic information that you're talking about is because of my my very, very schooled jazz and classical background. So I knew what the rules were, but I always wanted to push the boundaries. So when you listen to Diana Ross now, you listen to a song, I'm Coming Out. Believe me, when I wrote I'm Coming Out, I had walked in, first I have to say this. Every one of my compositions, the initial feeling is based on a non-fictional event. And then I use fictional elements to complete the story, but everything is based on something real. I'm not smart enough to think of, freak out. Believe me, I'm not. That story was because I was invited to Studio 54 by Grace Jones herself, who was like the guest of honor on New Year's Eve. And I get to the back door and I tell the guy, I'm Grace Jones's personal guest. And he tells me, fuck off. And I went, wait, no, it's the truth. And he goes, I did not tell you to fuck off. So I went home, picked up my guitar and wrote, fuck off. Fuck Studio 54. Fuck off. Fuck off. And my partner looked at me and went, my man, you know this shit is happening. This is 2 years at least before hip hop. We were not going to get fuck off on the radio. So we used a euphemism for that F word, which was freak. did not lift my skirt, was not happening. Somehow I went into my old hippie mode because I said I'm 72 years old, so I grew up in the hippie era, and we did LSD, and so I said to my partner, I said, oh man, like what if we call this song Freak Out, It could be like, like when you have a bad trip. And my partner looked at me and went, what the hell are you talking about? Anyway, so I know I went off the rails, but I do that. I'm an artist. We go off the rails. That's what we do. We go, I need to tell this story. Oh, but there's this off-ramp that lets you know what the story's really about. But anyway, so because of my harmonic knowledge, I never wanted to give up my dignity when it comes to composition. So everything that I do, like say, let's take, Get Lucky with, Daft Punk. I had to make that special. I get the privilege of working with a group that I think is amazing. So what do I bring to their lives to make it special, or it's just called any guitar player? So I had to come up with something that is uniquely mine, that says this is who I am, and this is how I will help you tell your story with my influence. And that's really the story of every composition I have written, and boy, we're talking thousands. I got called on at this luncheon this afternoon, and the host says, oh, he wrote We Are Family. I went, yeah, that's a song. She said, well, tell the people what you've done. I said, I can't, because it would sound like I was bragging, because I wrote that when I was 20-something years old. I actually came up with the concept of the turnaround in We Are Family on my way to Woodstock. I went to see a group called the Children of God. I was hitchhiking, and the Children of God had this really hip chromatic passage in dominant ninth chords. It went down, 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 down. And I was like, whoa, I got to put that in a song. Well, it took me 10 years to put it in a song, but it's just that, every single thing I do has to have some kind of relevance and some substance, something that means something to me, even if to you it just goes, ah, freak out.
Amazing. Before I speak to Jinxing, I have a confession to make. I've never said this before, but when I was a student at art college, I'm a diminutive in stature, so I was always a short guy. And, when you're 18, 19, you want to find love, you want to find, you want to be cool, you want to, I desperately wanted to get a girlfriend at that time. And I remember going to a party with all my friends, and this beautiful young lady started talking to me, and I couldn't believe she's talking to me. And all my friends were giving me the nudge, like, wow, this is your moment. And then you ruined it, man, because your song came on, We Are Family, and I had to say, sorry, my dear, but this is important. I've got to go and dance to it. So she was so upset, she walked out, and I lost my chance. So it's taken me so many years to finally tell you that I'm kind of mad at you. But I caught up eventually, and I married a beautiful woman, but thanks.
I'm sorry.
That's your power, man. You bring people together, but you also separate people. Right, Jinxing. There's something about you whenever I talk to you. It's like you can't be weighed down. You're like a butterfly or something. You just fly around. And you cover so many different ideas through your life as a journey. You seem to be free as a person. And certainly in Davos, there's a lot of power here and influence. But I wonder internally how many people really feel free. And I would love to ask you about freedom, because I have a feeling that it's freedom that makes you really, really special.
Yes. Okay. follow the awards. I think on the 20th, the first night evening this year, the Crystal Award, I was with my husband, be there. After ceremony, I coming out. And one lady, I don't know, from other countries, asking me, hello, I want to meet you. I said, I just briefly talking. And I tell her, I said, I was a 2020 Crystal Award received. Then she said, what did you do? They gave you Crystal Award. I talked to her. I said, I must be done something right. That's it. I said, well, can I have a dialogue? She said, what did you do? Why you, the eyes, I can look. You know, I'm very sensitive. I look at the eyes. I said, you're Asian, why you got a Crystal Award? In a very spectacle way. I said, I must have done something right. Then they gave to me. Sorry, no more conversation. You know, okay, talking about the freedom, art with a mission. I never saw this mission is on me. All my life, I've been through everything today is spontaneously. I never said, oh, I have the mission carry my soldier, carry on for China society, for the art world. No, I'm a very selfish person, put in that way. And I born up, I born in 1967. This year I'm 58 years old. So in China environment, I have no idea you can have your life in your own hands. I grown up in family, military officer family. And my parents, biologically, they are both Korean minorities. So and when I grown up, I know what is to be a minority. In China, we have 56 different minorities. Korean is one of the minorities. My father from North Korea, my mother from South Korea. They met in China, married. I born as a Chinese, but a Korean minority. So I know what is minority to be, behave, how to improve your life environment. In that moment, I have no idea. But I always want to be one thing. I think I'm good on stage. Doesn't matter what I'm going to do. Stage is belong to me. But I don't know what you do, dancing, singing, whatever, musician. I have no idea. Luckily, when I was 9 years old, the government chose me from the school, discovered my talent for dancing. I said, fine. If that moment, maybe acrobatic music choose me, I become a musician or acrobatic. But dance come up first, become a dancer. So 9 years old, I left my family, joined the military. From 9 years old, I have a military uniform. I receive government salary. Since then, I'm in Chinese military for 16 years. I'm a military dancer. I think this story may be so far, you know, in China, we adopted a system from Russia, Soviet Union in the 50s. The best artist, training, education, you want to be the best artist in China, go to the military art academy. We have the best, you know, education there. I was lucky. Then, of course, my family feel proud. Our children be picked up by the government, put in the military, become artists. I'm saying, fine, 9 years old. But when I was young, I know something I'm different, but I don't know what is different. You know, the little young boy. I have one older sister. Then I said, okay, I need to find myself. Luckily, every day I accompany with a classical Russian ballet, Chinese folk dancing, acrobatic. All the art form carry me on smoothly in such a very isolated environment. But my childhood was beautiful. I just try to find out. I see the other girl dancing beautifully. I think I can do better job. But I do the boy things, I'm doing fine. And when I become a teenager boy, then the one sensitive word come to my mind today. You have a lot interesting another male. That means you are homosexual. You are gay. Oh, boom, boom. That's taboo. The very sensitive word in the military environment. Then I said, I don't know, I'm not so sure I'm gay or, you know, I don't know, I didn't find myself yet. But one thing I know, in this environment, in this country, you want to be somebody treat you better, you better be outstanding. Then I put all my effort to my dance training. When I was 17 years old, China have a first national dance competition. I talked to my mom, I said, Mom, I'm going to join the dance competition. My mother asked, are you sure? I said, yes. My mother is very strong, Korean woman. She said, this country only recognizes number one. Number two doesn't care. Did you get a number one? I said, I try my best. If I don't get a number one this life, I would never work hard. Forget it. I just, you know, I said, I try my best, get the number one. But my mother said, okay, good luck. And my teacher, all my love teacher, wonderful. Then they said, before I joined the last competition, she said, Jinxing, shut up. Don't mention you're Korean. I said, why? Even you are good, the first prize, go for the Han. you're a minority, but don't mention it. I said, okay, luckily I'm dancing. I'm not. After that, they announced Jinxing is #1. Then some people could, she is Korean minority? I said, yes, so what? She's the best. He's the best. That time I was he's the best. So 17 years old, I got the best male dancer of China. That time they called me the Baryshnikov of China. You know, I can all the technique, all can turning, spinning, everything. I'm just like a fantastic dance machine. So I become #1, okay? When I become 18, before that, in China, we have no contemporary dance at all, modern dance. And from 1988, between America and China established first contemporary art program. They're sending American teachers to come to China, training first generation for modern dancer. I was lucky, chosen by the government, by the American teacher, said him will go to American study. I was chosen by the government, both governments sending me to New York to study modern dance with all the great artists, Martha Graham, Paul Taylor, Morris Cunningham, Alvin Nicholas, these are all my mentors. I was like, wow, my eyes wide open. So that time I have a little bit mission on my shoulder because you are the first person from mainland China to United States learning a modern dance. You have to bring the modern dance back to China. That's my, okay, I said, okay, I try my best. But of course, in myself, I said, no, I will stay America. Like a Chinese, after a few years, open a Chinese restaurant, that's it. I was thinking that way. But after that, I think I'm so happy, proud about myself in the dance studio. Not other things, I'm not good at other things at all. When I'm dancing, I know who I am. So later on, after that, after 4 years, okay, wonderful time. That's why I got my English. Which when I arrive in New York, I have no words of English. Excuse me, thank you, goodbye, that's it. So get my English, get all the recognition by the dance world. And 1991, I decided to move to Italy, move to Europe. And that time I wanted to discover more Europe. And I have working 3 years in Europe, in Belgium, Italy, France. Then 1994, you know, when the childhood story coming, who am I? Am I gay? Am I heterosexual? Who are you? That time I said, okay, I should be a girl. When I was young, I know I should be a woman. How come? Then 1990, I decided to go back home. I'm a very superstitious person, a Chinese cultural background. Because my first life, my mother gave me as a Chinese. Second time I gave myself a birth again, I need to go back to ground, to China. So in 1995, I went the first sexual transgender operation in China. And I come out as first transgender in China. I didn't hiding myself, like operation, go back to Europe, go back to America, no. And my name is very interesting. My parents gave my name, Jin Xing. Jin is my family name, means gold. Xing is my given name, means star, golden star. And this name could be very, how do you say? Malleable, mutual. Could be a girl, could be a boy. And usually Chinese name have a meaning. As soon as you read the name, you know the boy, man or woman. The name already tells. But this name have no clear. Could be a man, could be a woman. I think thanks my mother and father to give me perfect name, Golden Star. So that moment.
But so something happens with art. We kind of feel something. We all have different ways of expressing it.
Yeah.
But that something that we all feel is very intimate. You're describing a complete internal struggle. Niall, you talk about it in the same way, and so do you, Charmaine. And sometimes that struggle, if we do it right and our technique is good enough, and you're all masters now of your technique, everyone could say you're the greatest in the world at what you do. So if you're able to take skill and deep humanity and put them together, you might just create something that other people feel too. And they will take the struggle or the feelings that you had and they will reinterpret it in their life. And I think all of you, your work that you create has resonated with the world so much. And I know you've all struggled in different ways in your lives, but you're all incredibly optimistic. So this is terrible because we don't have a lot of time. And how can you have a proper conversation with these three icons of history when I have to fit it all into 45 minutes? So I'm going to ask you all now to do something that you two know that I would do, because you've both had your picture taken by me. We're working on that, so next year I'll come back with your picture, which I'm very excited about. I want to throw a word at you, and I want you to throw a word back, what it means to you in your work. Okay? Charmaine, I want you to go first. Charmaine, with you. Let me see. Empathy. Compassion. Niall. Empowerment.
Music.
Xing. Courage.
Courage is combined with freedom in your mind. You're talking about the freedom. Freedom is in your mind. It's not like you have a free passport and traveling free. No, it's how much you let yourself be free. And even in the very difficult circumstances, if your mind free can beyond that, you are free. That's the courage. Carry on you.
Okay, just one more time. I want you to speak to someone who's lost in the world, probably a young person, because goodness knows we need to nurture young talent right now. And all great leaders have always done that in history. So imagine there's a young person tuning in today who is not in a privileged position. And they've followed your work for so many years, and they have such inspiration from the things that you have done and the challenges you've overcome and the beauty that you've created. And I want you to speak to that young person, and I want you to do it in just a few words, a sentence each. Charmaine, we've done this before. Imagine there's a young girl. What do you say to her because she's listening to you right now?
Your life will always be a struggle. You will be the last person to eat on a dinner table. You will have to fight to go
Hold
to
on,
school.
wait. There's the mic. Start again. This is epic.
Your life will always be a struggle. You will be the last person to be fed on a dinner table. You will have to fight to go to school. You will have to fight to continue your education. You will have to fight to get a job. You will have to fight to be heard. You will have to fight to be treated equal. You will have to fight to make sure that when you're married, you can continue. But when you get there, make sure to fight for others.
Xing, dig deep, man. Tell me.
Yeah.
There's a young person that's lost and confused and looks to you as someone who's showing a way, even though you yourself are often unsure of a path. What do you say to that person?
I have to tell the young people, you have to learn to listen to yourself. Your mommy, parents are raising you, but you have your own life to dealing with. Even the instincts could be bring you to success, but most time it's a failure. But the failure is a good experience to build up the future success. So instincts, most important. All my life, I follow my instincts. Even my teacher say something, my parents say something, I doubt it, but I listening to it. But still, I follow my heart. All my steps come today is my instincts. My instincts are only the unique one in the universal. I don't want to find anybody's pattern repeating another instincts. My instincts, very important. Your instincts may be very small, but you will be growing with all the experience you get it. Listen to yourself. That's it.
Amazing. Right, Niall, I have to end this with you.
Yeah, for me, it's be brave. I was shy, I was afraid, and I faced my fear. It was really hard. I was always that person that was afraid to open that door and see what was on the other side, but I was curious as hell. So I was brave enough to try it. And the thing that was wonderful is the gratitude that comes with the success of facing your fear and somehow getting past it. And that's what I've had to do all my life. Believe it or not, right now, I'm in maybe the best position I've ever, and I'm old now, I'm 72, Jesus.
No.
But like life now is a little bit easier for me because I know I'm going to get turned down for a lot of things. I know that I'm going to have to fight for certain things. I know that with all my success, they still look at me and go, well, he's too old, he's black, he's not cool enough, he's not so-and-so. But I'm brave enough to try, and I'm not afraid of no. I've just told people last week that are heroes of mine, it's okay that you said no. It's cool, I've heard no all my life, and I don't listen.
Love that.
And one more thing I want to emphasize. Now we are living in a very competitive world. Doesn't matter Western world or Eastern world. Competing for young people. Number one, get the best is so important. Of course, my young childhood, I got number one place, get my career started. But now I'm teaching my children, also my students, don't try to be a hero. Don't try to be the number one. Be the unique one. The unique one can carry you longer. Number one can provide a lot of suffering later. It's not easy. Number one is not the best. Go for the unique one. That's my way to young people.
So following what they've just said, I often do this when I'm interviewing people for my films and my photography. I always say to people at the end of a session, I want you to introduce yourself to me again now that we've got to know each other. And it's that point, as we're about to say goodbye, that people say the most beautiful, meaningful things. They're not reading out their CV. They are now speaking as a proper human being to another human being. So I'm going to read out a couple of ways they all introduce themselves to me, as if they're speaking to a child. It's really beautiful. I'm going to start with you, Charmaine. You said, my name is Charmaine, and I am a storyteller. I hold up a mirror to society so that people can see their reflection. So, Jinxing. My name is Jinxing, and I am good with movement on stage, but I am also good with movement in life. Niall, we're ending with you. My name is Niall Rogers. I am an individual who speaks to the souls of a million strangers. Art with a mission wins. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a great honor. Goodbye.